And here, again, Putin is saying that he doesn't want that that Ukraine to be part of NATO.
Well, basically, you must understand that NATO came into being because of the Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact was made up of former Soviet Union countries like Poland. You had East Germany, you had Czechoslovakia, you had Austria. All these countries were part of the Soviet Union in the old days under Stalin.
Stalin, way back in 1917.
Under Brezhnev.
Yes.
You know, so they've had their... But after Gorbachev came into being, Reagan was always saying to break down that wall. So East Germany and West Germany became united. But one must remember that in a book, Margaret Thatcher did not want Germany to unite.
She did not want the West and the East to unite at all.
Because she said that Germany has been responsible for 2 world wars.
Yes.
The First and the Second World War.
Well, I think Churchill was responsible for the First World War.
Well, one of the situations is that when Germany is united, Germany is a very powerful
country. And that's, I think that's the fear. That was the fear of Churchill, and that also was the fear of Margaret Thatcher.
Right. So, but Russia under Gorbachev said no. They were never against East and West Germany uniting.
Mm-hmm.
When you read the history,
mm-hmm.
they always wanted Germany to unite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you look at the record, most of the fighting in terms of the Soviet Union lost more people in the Second World War than the whole of Europe,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
especially with the Battle of Stalingrad. So Russia is always concerned about her security.
And we need to inform the listeners that the prime reason for that meeting was the ongoing war in Ukraine. And they had a few areas of discussion. For instance, more so that of the no ceasefire or agreement.
Yeah, basically, they're still talking. But you remember that Trump has always been saying that if he was the president of the United States, there'd be no war between Ukraine and Russia. Mm-hmm. And you heard in the discussion that Putin himself said so, that there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. And before there was no war. The Russians even had their oligarchs,
mm-hmm.
with their yacht making their money. So, and when the sanctions came in, a lot of the oligarchs, their yacht was seized. There was even a yacht in Antigua.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That was seized by the Antiguan government. And that has caused a lot of problems. And even with the assets of Russia, most of that in Europe has been frozen. So there's a lot of discussions.
Even when we look at the summits that they both had, that is Putin and Trump, on the issue of the ceasefire, we know that there was no formal agreement between the two of them in reference to the ceasefire, and basically I don't think it was productive, although the two leaders are saying that it is productive. Maybe they're waiting for when tomorrow that Donald Trump meets with the Ukraine president to see, and maybe they could evaluate what actually happened.
Well, not only that, European leaders will be there as well. Zelensky is not going alone. He'll have European leaders with him for them to discuss. But what I find is that Europe has a very strange way of trying to derail any negotiation for peace. I mean, you're seeing it time and time again. I mean, basically, when you look at the history, you know that most of the ammunition money has been provided by the United States. And when you look at the documentary, there's certain oligarchs in the United States that just want to have Ukraine because, under their control, to move further east of the Soviet Union, and they don't want that. Russia doesn't want it. Russia has always been talking about her national security. But most people tend to think, Putin wants to reestablish the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic.
Putin doesn't want that at all.
I mean, who wants to control all those countries?
Yeah, that's too many, especially now in terms of how the world is going economically, I don't think that the Soviet Union will ever come back again in existence.
Take Germany, take
Austria,
Yeah,
take
man.
Poland, Ukraine.
Nah,
that doesn't make any sense.
They don't want to take over
Yeah.
the whole of the Eastern Europe again.
Since after
that
the
was
fall,
costly.
since after the fall of the Cold War in '82,
Yeah, man.
I think it has been what it is now,
Yeah.
and I think the Russians are more satisfied this way. But my disappointment is that was President Trump, when he said in his campaign that just give him 1 day when he's elected that the ceasefire, or he will create a ceasefire. We have seen that he has over 210 days in office, and that now Trump has moved or shifted, if you can say, away from his earlier demands for an immediate ceasefire. So
Well, the Europeans-
Putin is Trump is no longer speaking about that
No,
anymore.
the Europeans messed it up, man. People like the German Chancellor Kohl. You have Stammer in the United Kingdom. You have the guy in France. Yeah, they are the ones, man. They're creating a lot of problems. So it was difficult for Putin.
And you heard
For Trump.
for Trump, and you heard that the kind of reception that Trump gave President
But they're
Putin.
friends. Don't forget.
He extended the red carpet for him,
Don't forget, in the first election, many of the Americans were saying
That
that
Putin,
Russia,
Putin put some kind
Russia,
of finance,
Russia.
in the whole establishment of Trump's campaign.
campaign financing. They financed Trump,
Yeah.
and they interfered using technology with the election, the results.
And that is Putin's first visit since after 2022. So what's his name? Trump saw the reason or the rationale for giving the guy a red carpet treatment.
Not only that, he traveled in the Beast. You know what's the Beast? You know what's the Beast? The Beast is the president's limo,
Yes.
And both of them went in, their friends, and
Yeah.
they spoke for about 10-15 minutes, and nobody knew what they
What they
spoke
said,
about.
no one knew what they said.
Inside there, they must have spoken, because Putin speaks English too,
Yes. So as we know that the president of Ukraine is expected to meet President Trump tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
and that I'm sure the world is looking on.
Eagerly
More so that of Europe.
And one of the things that, and I'll just, Donbass is one of the areas, because Donbass is Russian speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that they're asking, will Trump agree for Donbass to be controlled by the Russians? So we'll wait and see. Very interesting.
I want to know the statement of the U.S. Secretary. Sorry, I would like to know what the U.S. Secretary himself will say about this kind of negotiation that they had, because he was one who felt that when Putin comes, that Putin would have to obey the rules.
Yes, but how can Putin obey the rules? But Russia is a nuclear power,
Yes.
It is not, Russia has more nuclear weapons than the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a third world country. Russia is bigger than the whole of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Russia is bigger than the whole of the United States. Russia is a vast land. I mean, and nobody talks down to Russia. Nobody has ever talked down to Russia. No, Russia has always been very powerful.
And quickly before we go, we have spoken quite a lot on the issue of Russia and the United States summit meeting that they had, 3-hour summit meeting that they had in Anchorage at Alaska. A former Alaska, as we know, is a former colony of Russia.
Alaska belonged to Russia, and Russia sold Alaska for next to nothing to the United States. So,
And quite a number of persons might be wondering.
When I heard people say Putin landed on American soil, I find the media, all in the media is something else, boy.
Maybe they're not aware.
All in the media is something
no,
else.
they might not be aware. Let's give them that benefit of the doubt.
Did you see Putin putting flowers on graves?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, because the Soviet Union and the United States during the Second World War, the Americans were bringing supply to the
Supply to them,
Russians
yes, yeah.
through the Bering Straits and to Russia, a lot of Russian fellas died in Alaska, So I mean, when we look at the history, it's very important, man.
And it's important that the media themselves capture these kind of things, If you're not aware, if you're not a student of history, or if you're not politically savvy, you may not even know some of this information that we are now uttering to.
But I'm going to tell you, one of the things that I find with media, especially media in Dominica, we don't do our research. A lot of us don't do the research.
Oh, we don't do sufficient research.
You just take a story from Reuters, or you take a story from BBC, or you take a story from CNN, and media people just repeating it.
It's like today I took the opportunity to look at a number of important information from all about the world, media houses in reference to Burkina Faso, and it's amazing the kind of things that the West are saying, and it's amazing to see the things that actually happen in that country of West Africa. It's telling, and we just take and gobble up some of the information that is given to us by those Western medias and take it as gospel.
We just repeat it.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants to go and do research. Here's a story, we just pick it up. We're reading the news. That's a story, but nobody give you any balanced information. They just read the news. I mean,
Quickly before we go to our guest is in studio.
Yeah.
Is in Felix Henderson studio already, formerly Studio 2. I saw that 2 dump trucks, long-awaiting dump trucks, have arrived. They were actually at work this week. I saw them myself, and they look very modern.
But one of the things I always pay attention to quickly, you must read the editorial in the news, in the Chronicle for this week, where they're talking about the fees that may be, given to solid waste in terms of the garbage collection. There might be new fees, and these fees would be raised, taken from your salary directly. Do you know that?
Well, I have been personally one of the persons advocating for that type of system, because we cannot just so be dependent on central government, and then when things are broken apart, that we all want to blame central government, and we do not have that responsibility of determining how these things work. So I am happy that if fees are going to be paid, and I just want to know the dynamics as to how that will be done.
Well, the fees will be taken, if you're a public officer, maybe the fees will be taken straight from your salary. If you're a police officer, maybe it will be taken straight from your salary. If you're in the private sector, you have to pay. That's what they're saying. But people are saying in the media, since we don't have all the time, Weekes is there, will they get service for their money? Because what they're saying is that many times they're paying fees for certain things and they're not getting the quality.
So what central government has to do when that is established is to put serious monitoring officers, and people have to be fired now. If government is getting under the pressure, government is always under the guillotine for doing or not doing. I think it's important now that people who are employed to do the service of the people must do it, and if they can't do it, they should be fired. If they are not fired, some kind of discipline should be taken on them.
One of the things that I always find, and that's my opinion, we talk a lot. Oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. And at the end of the day, there is no monitoring. Nobody goes and monitor, nobody's monitoring, nobody's reporting in terms of the, let's say, our VAT business being reduced. People are saying, will people monitor to see whether it's actually passed on to the consumer? But that is what I would say, my keyword, supervision and monitoring. Let's just not talk.
Yes.
Let's implement and monitor.
All right.
Weekes is here.
Yes. Mr. Weekes, if you can put your hat a little bit higher for me, I'll be happier. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I rather the public seeing your face. I just want to say to you, Mr. Weekes, good evening to you, sir.
Very good evening to you, Cecil, and my dear friend Brain. I want to say good evening to the listeners of DBS Radio at that time and those in the diasporic community. I'm really thankful to be with you all tonight. It's a privilege, and I must say primarily, let me thank God for His boundless reservoir of inexhaustible grace and mercies. I'm alive in the land of the living just because of his grace.
Features have changed. Were you hoping that someday you would not have been a police officer to have that new feature?
Well, a few people asked me that question. I think I've been still for almost 41 years. That feature now is inevitable. That's the most I will say on that. Some people say, but Mr. Weekes, you seem to have had a hunger and a passion for the beard to grow. In fact, I grew my beard when I studied in India for a year, and when I was out in Jamaica as well. So every opportunity that I got to grow my beard, I believe a man should grow his beard, but that's a choice for men.
Biblically, right?
I was going to ask you. I mean, you look like Moses in the Ten Commandments. Your beard, man, the movie.
Well, I heard you all talking about the Cold War and so on. They might say that I'm a communist too.
It looks like, I know a second police officer who resigned from the police many years ago, who himself has some long beard. I must say must be about twice the length of Mr. Weekes.
Yeah, you're talking about Stedman. You're
Stedman.
Talking about, yes. Well, Stedman only is about 23 years, and that is just 1 year and 7 months. So when he and I meet, when he visits me or I visit him, and then, everybody's saying, well, hey, Mr. Weekes, you will meet Stedman one day, and I just tell them simply, a man has growing his beard for 23 years. If it cannot reach the length that it has reached, then he accuses me of putting manure in my
and manure by so it's white.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously that's a unique beard, Cecil. That's unique, and I mean, you have some guys attempting to grow beard, but that's kakakabut. No. Weekes, I just heard Adams making mention to you that you have some long beard like Moses. Yes.
Do you intend to have locks like Moses?
Well, I don't know. Anything can happen in life, in the journey of life. Anything can happen. Rough top can come, locks can come. But for the time in issue, I think I'm satisfied with where my hair is.
Well, when you go into his depth, you understand intricacies of Mr. Weekes' life. At one time, people in Pottersfield thought he would go dread.
Are you serious? Well,
but it's not my story.
Well, I'm going to give you the opportunity.
No.
I'm going to give you the opportunity when we start to speak about Pottersville to be the one to ask him all of the relevant questions.
Yeah.
You know that. And you see, I took the opportunity this week. I know that I was going to have Weekes. I know normally you two have your white beard. I wanted to show off mine too.
Yes. You'll get there someday too.
I'll get there someday. All right. Thanks, my Mr. Weekes.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Mr. Weekes, we are here to talk about your life in the Lakou. The relevance of your life in the Lakou. How did the Lakou help in making you who you are? So, just give us a good background of Mr. Weekes as a boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I send the intro to you, I was born in the UK several years ago. So if I'm retired, then anybody can get my age going if I say 1 year and about 5, a year and a half, and so forth. But I came down to Dominica with my mom. In fact, incidentally, she spent about 10 years in the UK. She had a breakdown, and then she was assisted by the British government to get back to Dominica. She having gone in the Windrush time, because she had gone up in, I think, 1958, 59, and things didn't work out the way that it ought to have worked out. And I came down about 4.5, and my sister was 1 year, 11 months. And, we lived at Le Point between Massac and Mao. So that's where I was really raised. Of course, I'd had a stepfather, so very familiar with Maho and Massac, attended the Massac school. So life wasn't easy at all. But what I can remember very vividly, even when she came back to Dominica, it wasn't easy at all. I can remember when she was thrown into a Land Rover Jeep driven by Mr. Hill, who used to be the chief environmental officer. James Hill, a huge colossal figure in the Maho area, and she was thrown into that Land Rover Jeep. like a bag of coals. I'll never forget that, and was taken to the mental hospital.
So when she came from England, she came down with a mental problem.
Yes.
And that same day she was taken.
Not the same day,
Okay.
time, and then the society, maybe not too bad now, but the society believes that when you come from England, you come from a tree of money, and people there, high expectations and so forth. But again, in the society that we live, so she had been troubled, she had been abused, and being depressed and all of this. I think this opened a can of worms that she couldn't handle, and the support indeed wasn't forthcoming, and surely she broke down even more. That exacerbated the problem, and she was institutionalized at the mental hospital. In those days, the mental hospital was located on the western side of the state's prison.
So let's hold that thought. Let's also hold that thought. Do you remember anything while you were in England?
Well, I mean, at 4 years, it's not too much that you can remember, but I remember the red winter boots. I remember moving across with my mommy, but what else can I remember? As a child, and with a depressed mother, single parent mother. And as I talk about single parent, even as I speak to you, gentlemen, I've never seen my father, and I never had a father, neither a father figure. So it was this lady who had been mother, had been father. She became mentally sick, hospitalized or institutionalized at the mental hospital. We were left with relatives or cousins at Lipwood. So we're in a very hopeless situation, and we're exposed and vulnerable.
While you said that you had no father growing up, but I'm sure knowing Mr. Weekes, you would have had conversation with your mom about your dad.
Yes, absolutely. As I continue to grow into a young man and to grow older, as mom, because after a while, I think she stayed for about 3 to 5 years actually at the hospital, and then get into outpatient. So, just inquiring, because every child, particularly a boy, would like to know his father or know something about his father. So my father is or was, because as I said, I do not know, a Jamaican. So I can say I have Jamaican blood inside of me. So they met in the United Kingdom while he was going to the university, and when man and woman come together, you know what happens. But he deposited his spermatozoa, and that was it. And having been expelled from my mom's womb, that's all I know. My mother. I've never seen a father. I do not know if he's an Abol or a Zandoli. I don't have a clue. And to grow up with a father, many times, gentlemen, I feel the emptiness, especially when Father's Day come. The wisdom of a father to share. And I'm not concerned about whether I became a police officer or a prominent person in the society, because some people come to claim after, but just the wisdom, just the care, just the father figure, the male figure in your life. So that was represented, and I can say beautifully, despite the ordeal and mom's mental sickness, she still did her best. So he is Jamaican, or was Jamaican, because I can't tell you if he's alive or not. I did some research while I was at UWI Mona with a professor of history to dig. So he came from the St. Catherine area and so forth. So it means, therefore, that there are siblings and families and relatives in that particular area. But I did not give it venom. I did not go too heavily at it. I just felt, my emphasis really is to take care of this precious cargo to with my mother, Lakou Weekes.
No, okay. So I was just about to ask you, and you just answered it. So you're carrying your mom's last name.
Yes.
Your sister. What about your sister?
Yes, no, she's in the United Kingdom as we speak for several years now. She's returned to the United Kingdom. She and her family. So with 3 siblings, my brother Michael, I in the center, and Margaret.
Okay, so Margaret was not the same father, and your brother Michael was.
No,
You all were not.
we're not. In the ocean, in the sea of industrialization in United Kingdom at the time, and with the pressures, the social pressures that she had to go through, anything could have happened, and we're all different fathers, but the same precious mother.
No. In all of this conversation that you would have had with your mom, would your mom say to you that your dad was responsible for her breakdown?
No. Well, that could indirectly affect her. But when she left Dominica in 1958, 1959, it was to have gone to join her fiancé or boyfriend, as it were. But that did not work out. Of course, she had the first child, and after the first child, age 21, 22, that came in. that breakdown came in, and had to go through it, had to walk through it until, as I said earlier on, the British government had to assist in that regard.
Yeah, very interesting, Mr. Weekes. Now you're back in Dominica, right? You're now in Loubier. Where are you?
No, I'm back in my parish, Brain. I lived in Loubier for several years, in the 80s, sorry, in the 90s, but I've been living in Kinfield about 15, 16 years.
Yeah,
But
my question to you was, when you came at the age 4, right, where are you living now? When you come back to Dominica?
Yeah, in Le Point. I said so, between Massac and Maho.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Le Point, people say Les Point and put it in English, but it's Le Point. In fact, if you check the old map, Dominica map, you will see Le Point, and you'll see Le Point Estate. You know, if you just check it when you go research it, you will see it. And it's a bay. You will have the Le Point Bay as well. And fishing community land, you had Jacob, we used to call it Jacob's Bay, but you won't see Jacob's Bay on the map. You'll see Le Point Bay, and then agricultural area, fishing, and so forth.
Where you live, by the sea? Did you live by the...
I live about 8 to 10 feet from the sea, and sometimes the sea was good accompaniment when it got angry. So if you're reading what I'm saying, that when it was rough, it accompanied us there. When it rained, Felix Anderson had a ad saying you put in a tin there to collect water, So it was a struggle by the bayside, Comrade Brain.
So you're saying that you had other family members outside of your sister and brother in that area.
Yes.
So what was the life like in that yard, in that Lakou?
Yeah, well, we lived below the road, and then my mom's relatives, who would be my relatives as well, by virtue of my mom, on the upper side, and like families, sometimes one time good, sometimes one time bad. You know the Dominican culture, the society as well. When you're mentally sick, people marginalize you. People seek to destroy you. So you don't really get the support. And even today, it's like that. Although you have a lot of mental awareness and consciousness now. You have the mental health week, so because mental illness is like any other sickness. So you have diabetes or non-communicable disease, and people have to understand that. But people who are mentally sick, you find that they are trouble, or people trouble them, people beat them, people break chair on them, do all kinds of things, and when you do not have the support, and that's what she did not have, because as I said, no father. We had she had a boyfriend, if you like, stepfather, Mr. Ellis Florent. Elias Sachs is now deceased. Gave support in whatever way possible that he would have given support. At least he was a farmer, so would sometimes get something to eat, but it was a hard life by the bayside. Many times have to go to school without anything to eat, anything substantial, anything nutritional. It was only yesterday while I was evangelizing to a few guys and let them know, I reminded them that right now you have to have land title to buy codfish, hawasson, and those things, and mackerel, hawa blanc. No, but in those days it was considered as poor people's food. You know, brain.
Yeah.
The house was a telephone. You didn't have flu yet. It was a telephone. So you had these things, but perhaps in retrospect, you can say this tough life, whether from what you eat, a mentally sick mother, not having the amenities. I mean, I never had electricity. So can you imagine you're there, no electricity, no amenities. You're in a little two-room house, a pantry, or what we'd call a la salle. You're down, you're bedding on the floor. Nothing.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk a little bit about that. Looking at your life as a boy, a very young boy. When I say young boy, I mean 11, 12. You would have a greater understanding, or maybe even 10, greater understanding as to your environment. What was, because you talk about the hamoso and the codfish and the smoke herring and so on. What was the real life like in the early mornings when you would have woken up?
Yeah, well, a very good question, exciting question. To get up in the morning, I'm talking before getting to the grammar school, and we'll talk about the grammar school, how I happened to enter the grammar school. Having to go to the masak school, the drill is you would have to wake up early like everything else, wash your plates. Of course, the lavatory facilities was the bayside. You can't run away from that. The public standpipe was the bathroom, or the sea to bathe. You do your normal chores, run around, move around, go to school, get back, do your homework as fast as you can, because a candle had to last us about 3 to 5 days. As soon as darkness is come, that has to be put off, and you go to bed. Period. And you're up again. You had little lamp. If mama got a little something, then perhaps she would buy a little kerosene in those days and put in the lamp. No money, then that's it. So complete darkness. So it was hard. Really and truly. The funds are not there. Eventually, without cutting your brain, I remember the welfare division came on board, and that was just before I attended the Dominica Grammar School, and gave a little subsistence. In those days, I remember Mommy talking about $5 and $10 EC. That money was controlled by my deceased, my grand-aunt, now deceased, and every week would give her a little something. Because remember, when she was out, that does not say that she was cured. Okay, the people at the mental hospital do what they have to do: give an injection, make you walk like a robot, give you a cocktail of medication. In fact, as a young boy, I used to ensure that I put her medication, her Lagatil and the other pills that she had to take, and ensure she take it on time to mitigate the issues. But she was never violent a person. If she was troubled, people would call it a fall, those kinds of things that would you expect people not to say when people are hurting or when people are sick. So that in itself would rock her. And I remember one time she was so fed up and she was so distressed by all of what I'm describing, and she took when you buy a pair of shoes, I don't know if it's still like that, but there was a thing in it, brain, a little packet of something. I don't know if it was to preserve the shoe or whatever. And she said, well, I'm going to kill myself. And then she drank it. She drank it. Now, if it was poison, she would have been a goner. And I remember another time she was so very much depressed, and we had, I am not seeing that thing now, but Aldrex. You know, Aldrex is poisonous. Yeah.
Ooh, very dangerous.
And I remember, and I think it's God who put his hand. I have no doubt about it. And she was looking around, and there was a bottle of Aldrex, and I took it, and I threw it. It was a rainy. Threw it in the river. There was a river close by, at the back of our house, and I just feared. Maybe I was about 10 at the time, 10, 9, 10. and I feared that she would have taken it. And I love my mommy so much, I didn't want her to die, and I threw it away. And from a little boy, I have been jealously guarding my mom and protecting her as much as I possibly can, even up to this point. But it was harrowing. It was rough, to put it simply. I'm growing up as a boy, Cecil. But I know for sure God always has a plan, and I could have been consumed along with my sister, along with my mom by the Bayside. But interesting too, as you mentioned, what is the routine, is that I did a lot of point de jour, brain. Point de jour. That when the fishermen, Kuti and them and all the guys would come, because our bay, the Lake Point Bay, seemed to have all kinds of fish. And they used to come early morning, 4:30. Now, to get a little something to the school, I used to go out and pull net. And then I would get my loaf. Sometimes they were stingy and frugal and in wanting to give me my loaf. So sometimes some people will come to my defense and say, don't do that to him. And the fishermen, just like how Peter was rugged in the Bible, would send the fish at me. So you get a little free, a little for, whether it's macchio, whether it's whatever it is, a balao, and you clean it by the bay, competing with the mowing and them. To not to take your fish, you know, survival. It was really survival. Down at Lipo, you had to fight. I had to fight to survive. It was not an easy road.
By the way, did you go to school with any underwear, Mr. Mees?
Right. So I went to school with clothes. So one shirt, one pant, but the pant. You know what they call it, pack light? Well, Valley Engineering send them, so that they are the pack light. So you can't see underwear. You see.
Chilote avec tout.
Avec tout. Okay, for un bon blanc.
Ça on c'est blanc.
Blanc. Yeah, you know. But in all of that, Mom, despite all of this, would ensure that we were clean. Our clothes was clean. Ensure that we had something to eat, even the very same little fish. The neighbors sometimes would be kind, maybe to put it in the fridge. If not, you have to sally that. In that time, you had a lot of rock salt. You know, we have fine salt and all kind of, but you had the rock salt, and then you put that, or you fry it, or you make broth, or you parfum it when it's plenteous, when you got a lot, when it catches, then you would parfum it. But you had to have survival skills, and she did her best as a mother.
I'm still interested to know what your meals were like. Breakfast. I want to start with
green
breakfast.
tea. She lived in England, I tell you, for some time, and she loved tea up to now. So black green tea, and you know black green tea is like Sene. But now, in retrospect, black green tea is good. Oxidative stress, it handle. They even say it's good, can retard cancer. In whatever way, the science behind it. So it was really green tea and your hipney and penny bread. So that basically was it. And then they sometimes had cooking butter. So if the bread is hot, it makes this nice sweet song. And you eat it, or you eat your dry. We used to call in my time. You eat dry. You eat your dry bread, and you go to school. And if you haven't got bread, then you go with the green tea, or maybe a little bush tea, and that's it.
What about sky juice?
Sky juice? No. Well, I mean, sometimes, but all I will say generally. If you're talking about nutrition, it wasn't there at all, and I must bring in Padrol or Father Jolly, Reverend Jolly, who has since left us. So I don't know if the priest still giving, but they had a ministry. So when you go up at the presbytery, and you know, with a little charity, you get a little 75 cents. So you buy milk. And I remember one time I went with my mom at the presbytery, and Father Jolly gave her some money and gave her a tin of carnation and a little piece of cheese and said, listen, my Weekes, you must give Claude this to eat, and try to get eggs for him. He's a bright boy, and ensure that you nourish his brain. The brain has to be nourished, and brain, just like how you used to read. That's where I read the first Newsweek. He gave me a Newsweek to read. I was about 8, 9, and so forth. And then if we're talking about people who played in help in education, primary school before going to secondary school, was when the DLM movement was very prominent in Dominica. So I read the grandma at an early age as well, from maybe about age 10. And I bring my stepfather on board, telling me about the Constitution. He used to say in Creole, my father says to Moon, say for yourself, by your Constitution law, because he used to be a freedomite at the time. And I can tell you, he would bring everybody in those days had a little Constitution, the little book, and he would explain things in the Constitution about rights, and that is before I entered the secondary school. And it was interesting reading the grandma. The grandma used to be down here and used to collect it at the post office. So while going through the hardship, I think at an early age I was seeking after education to come out from the ordeal.
No, that I like what you have said about your first meal of the day.
Yes.
What about the middle one? Most people like you in those days would not have a middle one, would not have a middle or lunch, would not have lunch.
Yeah. Well, if we when I go and do the point de jour with the guys, the guys, and if you get the fish, then you'll get a little gravy or a broth or something. She would have worked out something. If it was difficult, then you'll have to drink your water, or if you get the fig and they put the oil on it and you drink that. Good to go. And then, of course, you down in the Lake Point area, you had a lot of fruits when it was the season, so you had the mangoes and other fruits. So if it's mango, you have to eat. Let's go. What you get to eat, Cecil, you ate. If you couldn't eat, you survive. You go and play, you go and swim the rock there. When it's crab season, well, I don't think that if there was hunting season, I think it's wrong the clock. So if it's crab, you have to go and you eat. You get lagly, you put on the grapefruit tree. We had about 2 or 3 grapefruit tree around our house, mango grapefruit, and you put your lagly. And I can give all you a joke. One Sunday I go to church. I think it was Father Jolly or whoever was the parish priest, or Father Vandenberg, one of them. And you come back, I had about 20 birds on lagly, brain. 20 birds on one lagly. I made it long. Now you know how you go about the lagly. You have to chew the lagly.
Yes.
You have to chew it until it gets soft and sticky. And then I wrapped that when I came back. But the joke I want to give you there, when I climbed the tree to take the birds, now that was a healthy meal, because you're eating chicken now, birds. But there was a go back. You know the go back?
Yes, man.
Go back.
It person took.
Boy, let me tell you, when I wholly go back in the thing, boy, they go back poop one man. So I just imagine I let go, they go back to clean the poop, As I clean the go back.
It fly away.
It fly away, man. If we were going to do business. So, but I mean, all I had to do was battle my way with the poo of the go back. I let go the go back and it was one of the biggest birds among them. So I had to clean 19 birds. Moisson, Siki, Red Robin. I even think it had a hummingbird, hummingbird. Had all kinds of things. And I remember that Sunday, I cleaned that, and my mother made something nice with it as best as she possibly could. So you had to find ways to survive. And that is why when I see, our youngsters, almost have everything on a platter, and take things for granted, you see. Or, on the other hand, similarly, where you have parents where their children even dictate to them what they should eat. I'm not saying that the children ought not to have a say, but I think a parent is a parent and a child is a child.
No. Like many of us who grew up in that period, like yourself, dasheen and fig was the in thing that you had to eat. Your mom ever said to you, super le when you were dummy boy?
No. I think, given our situation, whatever was available, you had no choice.
You had no choice.
couldn't question. You couldn't question what you get, eat it. So if it's one time you get a little kakao, you drink your kakao. As I said, it was predominantly green tea. Or we had lime tree thing. You get and at night you didn't go into supper. We didn't. At the evening time it was your little lime bush.
Yeah.
Or the peel of the lime, or the common orange, and then that was your.
But remember, you have to say that you have to put it to dry first.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, the common orange, you have to put it to dry.
Dry.
The lime you can
use it.
The lime you can use it.
The common orange had to dry, and you had to let it hang for it to 38.
Yes.
The thing, and that make your tea at night. That make you sleep well. In the morning, same green tea.
And you know there's a science behind drinking the lime leaf and the orange skin. You know there's a science behind it.
I'm not too conversant with the science, but what I know, the lime skin or the thing, it helps make you sleep, like the soursop leaves.
That's the point I'm making. That's the science that you would sleep for a very long time.
Yes, and you sleep well.
Yes.
You know, and despite the fact that the boards, the hardwood, you have to lie down on. When you take the soursop thing or the lime, it knock you out. So it's like a sedative.
You ever had
Valium.
You ever had penis bite?
Oh yeah, man. That was part of the package. I remember. I'll give all you a joke. I remember the first time we got a mattress. The first mattress that we had was they had the straw. You know, they were made. They were
Pie
made
cocoa.
Pie cocoa.
The pie cocoa, and then you had the spring mattress. The spring inside it. So I remember a neighbor had given us a mattress, but that mattress was used. Indeed, I myself, I was very happy for that mattress. So when my stepfather would have gone to Norway, Penrise thing, my mom and I and sis we would be on the bed. Gasson, one night, Gasson, I feeling all myself scratching me, boy. We scratching, only to find out by brain penis. Penis, boy. Now it's so happy for the mattress, boy. We putting on the little candle, keep cleaning penis until a kind neighbor came, and you know my mother was expressing that difficulty with the penis, and then the neighbor advised her, and good advice to burn it completely. So we had to burn it, and we resort to our hardwood. To lie down on our hardwood with our little bedding to survive.
Your bedding would have been some old clothes of yours, some old flower bags.
Clothes that have been used. Well, in those days you had a flower bag. Anything just to make you comfortable.
No piece of sponge.
What sponge? What sponge now says so? What sponge now, man?
You have your bedding.
Your bedding, and you have to pick that up early. You know, don't forget. You must pick that up early because just in case somebody comes to visit, or not only that, you're moving. It's just the little room, and then on the eastern side was the pantry. The little bedroom was facing west on the seaside.
Let me ask you, Mr. Weekes, did you ever peep in bed?
Well, I mean, almost every child, you had to peep in bed, but you had to get volley too, you know. When you peep in bed, your mother will tell you last PCR cabin where you know. But I think it's in growing up, maybe children not peeping again.
in that process, Mr. Weekes, I want to find out from you. When you peep in bed, if you would slide your sister in the pee and you go in.
No.
You never try that?
You have pee, bed smelling pee, penis are wrong, penis getting good fodder, good nutrients to be around, and so forth. But you have to take your blows with your pee.
So when you pee in bed, would your pee be warm?
Well, when it come out, it hot says so. But after that, when Mr. start to get cold on you, you have to shift yourself, or else, or the best thing to do is just remain in it, because when you shift, at the same time, it gets colder, and you're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking you: would you shift your sister or your brother?
No, I take my blows.
You take your blows.
Take your blows.
You stay where you are.
Yes, I stay where. But I'm sure all of us in one way or the other experience that
Yes.
that kind of thing. And obviously, it was a recipe to bringing in penis, to bringing in
yes.
bugs. You know, until, well, of course, you outgrow that, you know, and move on.
No, Mr. Weekes. Flower pap.
Yeah.
Flower pap, bakes, oats, cornmeal. What was your favorite in that time?
Bakes. When the little flour, mommy would make bakes, and she would do flour, bakes. But I mean, things like oats. Where you getting the money to buy that? Things like cornmeal, where you getting the money to buy that?
You serious?
So I'm
But the
telling
church
you
used to give. The church used to give that.
I don't know which church that is.
Catholic church used to give that.
But,
Very
well,
Rosso,
I don't know, but I told you,
Very
I remember
Rosso.
Father Jolly. What I remember clearly, when you give me a little 75 cents, maybe you can say in those days 75 cents was a lot of money. But you get your little tin of carnation. No, it wasn't carnation.
But I
it was
remember
condensed milk.
I remember.
Condensed milk.
I remembered in my growing up, and maybe because you lived in Maho.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody in Maho would want to help us. But in Roseau, the priests or the Catholic Church would give us every Friday,
Right.
bulgur, flour, cornmeal, oil.
Well, you're
you know,
privileged.
Clean. Not I'm privileged. That's what the church was actually
Yeah,
giving
I mean,
to the poor.
Right.
There are other areas.
Right.
Maybe,
Yeah, but that was really it, and I do not want to say that the church was marginalized at all in relation to us.
To the
Yes,
rural.
but yeah, because you know, you have to bear in mind a mentally ill person is coming to the presbytery. The priests who they are different priests. Of course, and then in the community, sometimes mommy would go to church. They would know the struggle and give as possibly as they can. And that too, I have to be thankful. As I said, Father Jolly played a significant role. And when we get to secondary school, I will tell you even the bigger role that he played.
No. As a boy growing up, many of us families would have looked at Saturday and Sunday special days for special meals. Sunday, what was your special meal?
Same thing, black green tea. On Sunday, it would what she had. So don't ask me about macaroni and cheese. Let me tell you about macaroni and cheese. The first time I ate macaroni and cheese, when it passed in my mouth, it went straight to my anus. You know, it didn't go even past through no stomach, nothing. That's the first time that and test that. And that macaroni and cheese I ate for the first time there. You know who gave it to me? It was Mr. John Baptist. And all that thing, that what I'm talking about brings us into the chapter of going to the secondary school and the welfare department headed by Mrs. Ramona Blanc and Mr. John Baptist.
Don't go there too fast.
But I'm not going there too fast. But so things like the Sunday meal, your red beans, and you dress up your food. We did not have that.
Didn't have that.
So if it's your fig, you had to work it out. If it's your little flour, make a little dumbo, you work it out. This is how. So I didn't have the luxury.
But Mr. Weekes, some of us had friends, right?
Yes.
Some of us had friends, and they would either bring us to their home if they're a little bit more fortunate than us to have lunch or supper, seldomly breakfast, or we would veer when they would be having lunch. You look at this the pattern of when they would say they're going home for lunch, and some of us would follow them to their home to get lunch. That you never had that experience?
Oh yeah. As a young man, I remember. Well, these people are now deceased. Mabe, Mr. Gifford, and my friend Herman. You know, I would go to their home, Brain, and when I sit down there, 6 o'clock in the night, 7 o'clock, taking 6 o'clock because you had to be in before darkness in those times. You see 12-year-olds outside now midnight, and so unless, in other words, unless you see you get a piece of food, you're not moving.
You stay put.
You stay in put. you know. Not if to say there is something to assist around, but to give a little handout. And the same thing with clothes too, as we're talking about food. Right up into secondary school, there was a lot of hand-me-outs.
Brogodo, you got Brogodo.
Well, Brogodo came really hurricane.
But when I talk about Brogodo, I'm talking about when the people have their clothes. the children from the well-to-do people, they would give you the handout.
Yeah, yes. They would give. Sometimes it's partially good. Sometimes it's worn out. But what you care, you get something to put on you. you know, and you're happy that you get it as well. You see. What else can you do?
Right. Sometimes, Mr. Weekes, using the Lakou word, sometimes you get it close, it won't.
Yeah, it's one, it's chiffonné.
And chiffonné.
Passer
Bis.
bouche bœuf. It cannot even iron.
Iron, yes. So much they use it already when they give it to you. Yeah.
Now, so as we on that, we perhaps can just say, if people are philanthropic, if people are charitable, if you're really giving somebody something, give them something good.
Yes.
That's really the message. But no, it's true. Even the institutions, I mean, let's say like the grotto or places like that, some people really come and they give, pretending that they're so charitable, but what they're really giving is really neither here or there. My point is, if you're giving if you're charitable, if you're doing charity, you give it as if it's your own child or your husband that you're giving.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's it. The message I think we should send.
Mr. Weekes, let me just take you quickly to your primary school.
No, before we go to primary school, yeah, I just wanted to go. You said earlier on about growing up with your adopted dad.
Yes.
He as a farmer and also very political, and you claim that he was a freedomite.
Yes,
at that time, what did the Freedom Party did for people like you, your mom, and so on?
Well, I think that we probably came on board with well, in fact, remember, she came down in 1968, so we had the Labour Party then, so the welfare kicked in during the time of the Labour Party, for sure. 5 years at a mental institution, 5 and 8 would bring you into 73, right? So 73, 74. And then, of course, the Freedom Party built on it, so it gave a little increase, because I remember by the time I entered the secondary school, it was $20 EC, and they still had to tax it, the $20, so you get about $19 and 70 something cents at the time for 2 children. You see, so you had to survive on that, and that was for a month. That was for months.
So I can imagine we had not spoken to you about light, and water,
right?
And before we get into primary school,
yes.
But you would have been going to some kind of institution, school, I would say, but you had no light, you had no water. How did you all actually made it?
Yeah, that's many media people who interview me like that ask the very same question. I really just can simply say it's just by the grace of God. So no light, as I said, one candle had to last us free for 4 days, and by the time, so things like homework, you have to try your best to do that before dark. Before dark. You really had the candle before dark. Your homework had to be done, all your reading. And Mommy herself was a teacher, taught at the convent high school, taught Mother Bodger and them, these people of yesteryear. So she had education in her head. Yes.
So you say your mom was a teacher?
Oh yes. Oh yes. My mom teach enough bourgeois or petty bourgeois around the place, and many of them, many have passed, but they would meet me and tell me they remember my mom and the impact that she had on their lives as students. So
she taught, which school? St. Martin Convent?
She taught St. Martin. I think the convent too, based on what she told us. And I remember clearly she mentioned about Mother Bodger. Maybe you'd remember that.
She was the principal of St. Martin
school or so on. So she was brilliant enough, and had made a contribution. So yes, that struggle was there, Cecil. And then water, as I said, the laboratory facilities was on the bay side, and the bathroom was the sea. The good thing about that bathroom, the C, is that you didn't have to pay our school.
Or Central Water Authority.
In those days, Central Water Authority.
But by the way, when you're down there by the bay,
Yeah.
doing whatever it is, what did you use? Did you use toilet paper,
Yeah,
stone?
you asking me if I use a hot stone or if you had rodents on it. But anything you get to make yourself comfortable, you know. And then, of course, the pipe. So you get into this Cecil, you bathe, and you go and rinse in the public standpipe.
Yes.
You know, and make sure you clean up yourself. The same thing when to the grammar school. So, I mean, the amenities weren't there.
Many.
And then, you know, we just had to
Cope.
make it out by God's grace. So how did I survive that? It's really by the grace of God. Nothing else.
Yeah,
School.
let me take you now to your primary school. Before primary school, did you go to any preschool?
No, it was straight into the Master Government School. That, if you all remember, it was located just above the cemetery, the Massac Cemetery.
That building,
in fact,
it's still
the
there?
Building, yes, it's there. It's there.
That's where Etienne used to do the artwork?
That's it. It's habitable. It's still there. So at that time, Maho students, Massac students, Kenfield students, Roger students used to come at even Campbell used to come at that Massac school there. You had Miss B. Etienne, who used to be the principal then. Well, of course, there were people before, but in my time. So all of us were at the school. I think the teaser or the Maho government school came in much later.
Yes.
In the mid, I think, Brain maybe even better, maybe in the mid 70s.
Yes.
Somewhere there. So the teaser grounds and the Maho school. Well, of course, you've got the Campbell and one of each of the villages, and then you had the Massac, Kinfield primary. So when they moved from where they're over the above the cemetery to where it is now. So all of us converge in that area of school. But our school, we have with good weather, although we have climate change now, but it was under trees sitting on the hard stones, or you carry your bench on your head and you just go under the different areas, locations of the school. So right up by the presbytery, down under the tamarind tree. And that in itself, just the era, the ambience, and we can speak about it now. When we right now, maybe, well, I'm not sure if classes are air conditioned, but we see schools are being built in the present time.
If that happens today, Brain, the public is going to cry foul.
That was a way.
No, I'm saying now. What Weekes has just said, where your students would go underneath the tree for their classrooms. If that happens today.
Oh yeah.
No. I still think not permanent classrooms. It's very good to use the environment, and a lot of teachers do that.
No, we understand that, Brain. I understand that. I understand the value of what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? But today, in today's world, if you take a child from his or her classroom, and the child goes home and say to the mom, "But you don't know, mommy, today, you know what the teachers and them did now?
Bring you under the tree?
Bring you under the tree.
You sit down on a hard stone.
Huh?
You sit down on a hard stone.
Maybe sitting down on a stone.
Yes. But incidentally, even sitting on the stone, but many times students, in my time, we carried our benches. Remember, we had the wooden benches, and you carry it, you sit it, and then you enjoy it in that kind of environment. Learning was conducive.
Let me ask you. Miss B, and who else do you remember?
I remember Miss B, Petrolina Badwill Howe. She was the common entrance class teacher. We passed our common entrance on the hand. Carolina Laville, teacher called Miss Badwill, Teacher Badwill. Teacher Badwill was also a prominent teacher there.
Yes,
we had a Thomas lady there, Miss Thomas. What's her first name? Maggie, I think.
Maggie Thomas.
Yes. Maggie, we had Breck, teacher Breck. You and I were very close in Maho, around Larry Piccati area, and so many more. We had Annette Peltier, the younger version, but she was a very young teacher.
Could you see each other in that school? Was it an open hall, or you had separate?
It was up and down. As if you remember where it was, up and down. So classes were kind of separated, whether by a large board, you
good.
know, or partitioned. You know, so you had this stage. I remember there was this stage, I think Standard 3 used to be on that stage. On the western side, you had Standard 1 and 2. Downstairs, you had stage 1, stage 2, yes, if I remember well. And the big classes, standard 7, 6 and 7, would be on the on the eastern side. When the common entrance class, which would have been standard 5, would be basically like in the center to the center east of inside of the building. So it was really large, but just partitioned or barricaded with boards.
So you're one of the students who would have started at the age of 5, going straight to primary school.
Yes, I went at age 5 straight into primary school, and then went through all of the ordeals, the the abject poverty to bring me into the secondary school. Of course, I passed my common entrance, and maybe we should just go into it right away.
That's what I was about to ask you. Going through your formal education, how easy it was for you to have sat common entrance, knowing all of the ordeals that you would have gone through.
Yeah.
And who was your teacher there?
My teacher was Teacher Petrolina Badwill Howe. Teacher Petro was the common entrance teacher, of course, being supervised by Miss B. Etienne. And incidentally, Miss B. Etienne is my godmother, and she kept an eye on me for sure, as well as other teachers, but she being my godmom. And I remember, Bryn, you all used to have the workbook, the mathematics, the English workbook. And indeed, Mom obviously couldn't afford it. And then my godmother would have, the Miss B. Etienne, would have procured those books for me. But I'll tell you what, among other students, because she was so determined as well for me to learn and get one, I used to get more blows. Now, I know we have the Education Act and so on, but when Teacher Petru or Miss B hold your pant and tighten it on your bottom, that's why some fellas used to put books. I don't know if you put book in your own Cecil, but
many times.
All
of us pad up. All of us pad up.
But teachers not foolish, because when the song...
The thing about it is that we know we are going to be bad at school, so we used to go... as we're going along, get some brown cardboard, because the khaki pants is also brown.
Yes.
So
you
can
use
pass
that
through.
Mr. Weekes?
Huh?
You ever padded up?
Well, I made a few attempts, but it was not very successful.
You found you out.
Found you out. But when these people who hold you, and again, yes, for you to learn the extent at which it's done. Because I remember one unfortunate incident with our friend who left us, who is now deceased, Monsterby, and he used the tamarind whip, and he struck me, and it actually cut me. You know, and bleeding.
Joseph Thomas.
Joseph Thomas, alias Monsterby.
Yes.
And then I ran down to Lay Point. That's why up to today I can run. I ran down maybe faster than Usain Bolt. And as I'm running, I'm bawling. I'm bawling loudly, bawling. So when I reach, now remember I tell you my mommy is mentally sick, mentally depressed. When she see her child hand bleeding, and then I just came from the United Kingdom. I mean I'm back now, you know.
Yes.
That's very, very, very fair.
And she see you.
And she see me. Well, let me tell you, she tie her waist, and she's approach, shoot an azimuth, heading straight to the Massacre School. Miss B. Etienne is her makum and my godmother, and she's going at Monsterby. Teachers run, teachers leave school because teachers run, students run. Me fam fall like a vini. I don't see where Monsterby pass. But you won't stay there, man. Yeah, I remember my mom. She came up with
You want to hold that fort? Somebody, I'm sure it's not Monsterby. It's gone. Someone's on the line to you. Let's see what he was have to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I want to be early. Good evening to
Good evening.
you and your host, your co-host, and Mr. Weekes.
Good evening.
Let me just start by congratulating Mr. Weekes for his 41 years of tremendous service to the public service. And I knew you stand a good fitting to the general public. A question that I have for you. based on what I've learned from you tonight, would you consider yourself applicant qualified for a meritorious service award due to your upbringing in dire need and poverty-stricken individual? Would you be a qualified candidate for that? And number two, as a police officer for 41 years, being in that force, have you ever found yourself in a situation to deal with someone who has been mentally affected and coming from the same poverty-stricken environment? What would be a response regarding that situation based on your past?
Yeah, brilliant. Let me take yes. Thanks a lot, caller. Thank you for
But before you say thanks a lot, I just want to say good evening to a number of people. Cheryl Plummer is on. Sandra Sayers says that she's on. Joan Smith said, good night. Great program, bro. The Heavenly Father definitely had his hand on you, bro. Your dear mom, Nafu. But Nafu did her best. Continue to thank God as you are doing. God bless you and continue to be strong. That's from a good friend, Joan Smith. And Paula Azil said it was an oil lamp. Well, she was speaking out of this earlier on. Vanya Simon says that she used cardboard too. Claudia Dangaben Yuseb is watching. Just want to say good evening to all the folks that are actually watching. You're up to 70 people actually live with you at this time, Mr. Weekes. Let's go back to the telephone quickly before you answer the person. Okay, sorry about that, caller. So you'll have to call back. Yes, Mr. Weekes, go ahead.
Yes, well, let me take the meritorious award. Surely that's something that has to be recommended. It wasn't given to me while I was serving. Perhaps the authorities maybe didn't see the need that I should get it, or they didn't recognize what I was doing. But that's not really for me. If it is given to me, I say thank you very much, and really I would attribute it firstly to the Lord, but importantly too, I would attribute it to my mother. No doubt about it. So that again would be a call for the authorities. A few people believe that I had received a meritorious award. I know you have long service award. Maybe all you can say I need a Cicero award, but that's that's I mean sometimes it's been said that a prophet is not honored his own tongue. I'll tell you what. Given what I have started with you all, my purpose in life, Cecil and Brain and listeners, is really to be in the service of the Lord and to serve my fellow men. And whether authorities or whoever don't award or don't recognize, this is nothing. No. What is critical is making a meaningful contribution in nation building.
Well, one of the things that must happen, Mr. Weekes, the long service award, persons must recommend you.
Yes, for sure.
And I am going to recommend you. I myself will recommend you.
That's for next year, because it's already too late for this year.
Next year, I will get a few of our other friends to recommend you, because basically you have done well in terms of your service. So I'm putting on the records. As long as I'm alive, I will be one of those recommending you for your contribution to the Dominica. I think you deserve it.
I just want to say also that Marlene JJ is listening to you, Mr. Weekes. Corinne King, she says, good program, good evening, and to all. My good brother Tony Mako Mid is watching. My brother, my biological brother Alan Maynard Man is watching. And Sharon Bellot is also watching, and Elroy Thomas. Hello, Mr. Weekes. Your course mate is watching. Hats off to you, bro. All right, so your course mate is actually watching, and he's telling you hats off to you.
In fact, his name, his surname has been changed, but he was Francois. And when we were trained, I think we were in general together, and we had an inspector, Mr. Ferdinand, a very nice, strict disciplinarian, and but used to call him Satan. Woo! Deadly, deadly guy, discipline, strong inspector in the Roseau police station. And when we line up, Cecil, to go on duty to patrol Roseau, and all the beats were covered. We have 8 beats in the Roseau area.
We have to come to that police.
Yeah,
we have not dealt with it.
No, I'm just talking about Thomas. And Satan could not pronounce Francois, so he say Francoisme.
This one is a sweet one.
So good night, Thomas. And then the other questions are still dealing with mentally, and this is a good question asked of by the caller. Especially, as you all know, I prosecuted for more than 3/4 in my career, and I see all kinds of mentally ill, especially juveniles, youngsters who come in. And I think it was so enriching that when they come, because the procedure is they've got to get to the mental hospital, do the evaluation and so forth. And in my role as a police prosecutor, was able to assist the court, and I could put myself in their predicament, in their particular situation, and speak to it. And many of them, I had the opportunity to counsel even while at police headquarters, while in the cells, and to make a difference, to let them know, hello, I perhaps could have been like you, and given the vicissitudes of life and the pressures of life that you may have gone through and what may have caused it, we can say no to it, because there is a God bigger than any problem. So yes, I empathize with people like that caller. I worked with them, looked out for them. Sometimes it really brought tears, especially when you get the women who are mentally depressed, and they get involved in criminal activity and so forth, even getting at the APU and sitting with them. So I had a good relationship with now the present consultant and with Benji as well, because I used to be at the APU a lot, of course going with my mom in outpatient, even as I grew in the force, going for her tablets and medication when she could not have gone. So I understood, and it helped me to function more effectively and efficiently as a police officer dealing with the mentally ill people.
I just want to say to you that Alvin Thomas said, good to see you, Mr. Weekes, one of my students during your days at extramural doing industrial relation. You were a great student. Congrats on your retirement. Ronald Gerard Larrock is watching. Narin Murphy, your good friend, your good buddy from Maho. He said, great program with my village comrade. Friend and a man I said should have been commissioner.
Don't go to that.
Well, there's nothing called commissioner. Narin. There's nothing called commissioner. It's called police chief.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
During his tenure as a police officer. Jefferson Moise said good night. Claude, blessings and love. Olivia Peters said, I'm watching. So quite a number of people are actually watching already. John Gregoire said that he's watching. And Judith Lafont is watching. Renick Thomas is also watching. And Fruits and Flowers, Sandra Frampton is also watching. Up to 80 persons are actually looking so far, Mr. Weekes. You're doing well.
Let me take him right now. So Joseph Thomas alias Monster B.
Yes.
Is out at the school. He beats you until you're cut.
Yeah, well, I mean, the man...
And you go down, your mother see that. What happened?
Well,
tell us.
As I tell you, I run down bowling, and maybe up to now, Mr. maybe caused me to fret blood. And when my mother saw how her child hand decalated, put it that way, with tambourine whip, and the man hit me mercilessly, And then when I tell you, school in disarray, who run, teachers run, and it was only Miss Beatian who, of course, as I told you, the relationship between my godmother was able to help. So Miss B didn't run. I don't think there's nothing Miss B could have done than just to stand and pray God that my mother didn't voltige on her. But I think if she had met Monster B, he would have been consumed. he monster B would have been consumed for that kind of beating that he gave me with a tambourine whip.
That was severe.
No, and he and I, well, of course, the gentleman we were playing, we had discussions here. He had been in the media, he interviewed me and so on. But I'm just telling you, at the time, and perhaps some teachers may have been ruthless. I'm notwithstanding, perhaps they could have had their issues at their home or whatever it is, and pass it on people's children.
I can see the rich here. He would have been consumed.
I'm telling you, the lady is depressed. She cannot feed her child. She cannot give her child anything to drink. She doesn't have the amenities.
And
people calling her femme fall. She has to take injections. She have to take all kinds of things. They throwing stone on her little house and thing. And you look now, you want to still declare her child. You want to kill her child. You expect her to smile with you? No man. I go at my mother, man, and let me tell you something. And she could walk,
running fast. I
tell you, she could walk. She could walk and with speed. And came down there. I tell you this from the time reached by McCaffrey. That's the house after the cemetery.
Yeah.
As it approaching, all you hear in the school, me fam fall that teachers who pick up back, take off, run. I don't think that maybe some of them don't even come back to teach again there. And I don't think Monsabi never touched me again. He never. I think, well, of course, obviously, the school authorities and Ms. and them, but you had some teachers who were really ruthless.
Yeah, okay.
And especially, Cecil, take note of that, especially on poor people's children, on children who need it. Because here it is, a mentally ill lady has that child is as if, oh, what? Listen to me, guys. I know I'm speaking to you all. I am not a criminal, but I could have. And sometimes this very same system that has to protect you allows you to be a terrorist. Allows you.
Yeah.
And you might wonder. Now, I'm not saying if Mr. So-and-so child, a highty-tighty child, had done that, would he have done that? I don't know. But I know I got a song. What is it that a 9-year-old boy could have done in a school? Whether it was a homework or whether he couldn't answer it.
Would you remember? Do you remember what you did?
I can't remember, but it would have been a child kind of thing. I don't use a big term like infraction. What could you do? Did I tell him he was ugly? Did I tell him that?
I suspect, if I know you well, that's what you said to him. That's the only reason that Monsabi would be to that way.
And in fact, he had a large nose.
Yeah, well,
I can see. Weeks, I'm not putting hands in fire for you.
Yes. I know you had a hell of a nose.
I'm not putting that past you. So I suspect that's the rage. Of a man who was abused by you.
No, man.
But his father used to be a police as well. His father was a policeman.
Oh, well, I didn't know. But all I know, or did he hit me because I was too bright? Conversely,
I suspect you tell Monsabi ugly.
He was ugly.
Why would I tell her? As a
my brother, at 9 years, we troublesome. What a black and ugly. Yeah, Weekes. Yeah, Claude Weekes. What kind of black and ugly teacher that will tell me 1 and 1 plus 2?
I wasn't bright enough to tell him that he was ugly.
But I want to say, Mr. Weekes, that Patricia Fontaine says that Mr. and Mistress Fontaine in Oxford listening to you.
My friends, yes.
Annette John says, whoa, Mr. Weekes, long. Okay, looks good. Watching from Boston. Another person said, it's nice to see Mr. Weekes. I've always longed to know this brilliant man. I love it. Weenie Green says, good evening, Mr. Cecil Joseph, Brain, and Mr. Weekes. And Lakou fans, bless Sunday evening to all. Corinne King says that was wicked. She said that was wicked. Christopher Dunkerben says he's watching. Julia Winston says great program, I'm listening. And Shellis Joe says that some teachers were very abusive in those days. Any mother would go crazy to see their child bleeding. I can imagine. Grace Austri is also listening from Emsall. Good evening to you, Grace. And Julietine Andrew says that she's also watching in the US. And that, she said, was child abuse. So Weekes.
Yes.
Here it is. You get your flogging. Your mom went to the school. She didn't meet Mr. Thomas.
Thomas, yes.
You had to go back to school the next day.
Oh yes, of course. Well, in those days you had iodine. Well, I think they still have it. So you put that on the thing.
And that burn.
Yeah, and you had the other one.
The iron burn you?
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, man. You have to skip, man. You have to skip. But in those days, that's what you had, or you get into the sea and you clean it off as best as she could. But that scar, well, that's gone now. But I had that bobo, if you like, put it in.
But by that time, did you have a bope?
Yes, I had a stepfather.
Let's use the Lakou term.
Yes, the Lakou term. I had a bope, of course, as I said earlier on, I had a stepfather, but he would have been in the countryside. But I don't, given my mother's reaction, I don't even believe that she needed the assistance of any bope. She was strong enough to take care of herself and take care of her children, given the abuse or the ruthless beating.
What the principal did after that? What did the principal did after that?
She would have taken remedial or corrective measures that she would not have discussed with me. But as far as I know, I don't think Monster B ever touched me again or did anything. And that's what I was troubled. And you made the point, a 9-year-old is alive and vivacious. I mean, what can that 9-year-old do to get such? But we move on, and I'm happy now. It's kind of different.
Ever get a flogging after that in school?
Oh yeah, man. Because you get because I was in the smaller class, as I told you, get flogging from teacher Petrolina Badwill How, but that was, if you like, decent, structured flogging for you to learn. You see, or let's say you get your homework, it's not done properly or so forth. You know, that kind of thing. You wouldn't deem it as being abusive. You see, as compared to the flogging that was unleashed on me by Joseph Thomas.
You're right. You're going to write the common entrance. Your principal is giving you all your support because she's, you're part of your family in terms of representing you. What are you going to do? You're now going to write. So you're going to write the common entrance.
Yes. So I went the first time. I think I went at age 10. Yeah, 10, 11. And didn't make it. I think in that group who made it then would be people like Mr. Bennett Thomas in the first group, and people like Dr. Robertson Thomas and so forth. These were let us say the senior. These people were out. So in the second round, I made it. I made it, and I can tell you about 13 of us. We had one scholarship. That scholarship was Flynn Etienne, who now lives in the United States of America. I'm not sure. All the others were high passes in the common entrance. But again, I haven't passed. I remember that it was holiday time. The results came off, and I was with my stepfather, my bope, in Bells, not Bells, but Norway, Penrise. And message came. She sent word that I had passed the common entrance and I would have to come down. So, as you know, vehicular access was not all that very easy. But I remember my stepfather put me on a taxi. I can't remember the driver name. And as I'm going down by Cecil, man, I'm crying, but that cry is a joyful cry.
Yes.
I under all of the abject poverty-stricken, marginalized, and so on. But here it is. Yes, I passed my common entrance. What a happy feeling. What a joyful feeling. When I arrived at Lipwet, go down my mommy happy to see me. Mommy say, Claude, you passed me, and she's crying and tell me, my son, I can't send you to school.
Wow.
I can't send you to the secondary school. We have no money. I start to cry because my peers, I know, and as we going along, who say they're going there, and but God, and as John Smith said, one of the viewers, it was like an angel. And it was Mr. John Baptist, a lovely gentleman, Point, my neighbor living higher up. He came in the little house and he said, Nathalie, don't cry, don't bother. We have registered your child at the grammar school, the welfare. So, of course, the list goes out and they would have seen my name. And without my mother knowing and without I knowing, Mrs. Blanc, Ramona Blanc, and John Baptiste registered me at the Dominica Grammar School. In those days, you had Mrs. Royal Laprit working there as well, the young public servant. This Martin gentleman was there too. Mr. Felix, Rosie Felix's husband, young public servant was there. But the prominent people, the heading the
You talking about Randy Felix?
Yeah. Randy Felix gave me books. He was a young public servant. But you had Laprit, you had Roy, you had Mr. Sentamy from Cassibus.
Yes, Sentamy.
What was there? But they had me registered at the Dominica Grammar School, and that was headed. The school principal was Humpty Dumpty, Mr. Alexander Brin.
Yeah, he just died. He just died recently.
He died recently, right?
Yeah,
So they registered me, and then everything, and then I had to go and collect my books. So they gave me books, no uniform, but it's $20, and then of course books, used books. Right now, every semester, it looks like books are changing, but you could have one book carrying you so your sister and others would get it in those days. So that is how the welfare aspect in terms of education. So yes, they registered me at the Dominica Grammar School. And I started going to
before that. Your big brother, did he enter high school? Did he enter?
He's still in England.
Oh,
he didn't come.
He didn't come with your mom.
So he didn't come with my mom.
Ah.
He was placed in a foster home because by that time, Mommy was not able to take care of him given her particular situation. So the father actually came. His father came on board, but. And that's another story. When I eventually met him in 1996, having come down in 1968, he said that he was at a foster home for many years.
So you're saying that your brother that you left in 1968, the very first time you saw him was in 1996?
1996.
Wow.
1996, I saw my brother.
That must have been emotional.
Very emotional. Absolutely emotional.
Where did you see him?
In the United Kingdom. And as we go in, of course, when we get into the police department and God leave, I will tell you how that happened. So I started going to the Dominica Grammar School in first form in 1-2, and many of my peers who might have since migrated. So I'm going, in those days, Brain, 95% of boys going to the secondary school, even the grammar school, was short pant. So your leg, your pay mark on the hole, and your socks pull up, and so
your
forth.
hose.
Your hose, one shirt, and one pant. Khaki pant, one shirt, a brown shoe, brown socks, and your liquor bag. You go to grammar school with your little green tea. Just a little green tea and maybe a little dry or whatever it is. Because remember I tell you, the welfare system, it was still $20 taxable.
Mm-hmm. So you have only one pants?
One pant and one shirt. And that one pant and one shirt, at a certain time the shirt come like a mirror, you could see through the mirror because the amount of wash it wash. But you had to go to school, so there was this struggle. So I had to learn to bum ride. We didn't have many, we have a plethora of buses now, but we had the Freeton trucks and the trucks. So we had Vincent Lama, Hawk, now deceased. You had Angelo Charles, Elias Fufu. Foley's Mael is still there. The first bus came long after. Then you had people like Shekelek, Alexander, who came, of course, with bus, and then buses came. So, but I'll give you a joke with Fufu. Fufu had his truck.
Fufu was
Angelo Charles.
Angelo Charles, the father of Weekes.
Ambassador Weekes. Mm-hmm. Right. So all of us going on Fufu to school. Now I was diminutive then. So the only place I knew in Roseau coming from Le Point, it was by Venus there, because that's where the bus stop was. So as I come down from the truck and all the students going to pay their little, I think it was 25 cents and 50 cents at the time. So I said, still, when I shoot an azimuth heading east, so I left by Venus Place there, the credit union, and I am telling you, I start to run.
Cock Street,
running up. That's why maybe up to today I can still run, And Fufu was deemed as if to say, a bad guy. You cannot play with Fufu.
but I know in a Fufu.
Fufu.
not the bird. Madman.
Well, no. I think the Fufu thing come because they say he used to drive fast. I think that's the history behind it.
Yes.
Fufu. That I mean, we will have to ask Wadix, or if Wadix listening, he might call if he knows about it. So he had his cutlass under his seat. So when he did Chebe, by the time you say Chebe, by the fire station, when I bend Kukush by the fire station, and that time public service union building there, remember that it was guavas and things that was there.
Merry-go-round.
Oh man, and I meander my way through in the school, but remember, I cannot go back on Fufu in the afternoon. So I dug in Fufu. So I have to fight my way, bomb ride, go down, and so forth. So I have to explain to mommy if she gets a little extra money, or if stepfather give me a little something, then you would pay Fufu. But then when he was alive, we talked about it. Il a dit, Tiboy m'a changé, m'a changé. Tiboy garçon ousakoui, And then you have people like Shekelek and so forth. So some of the boss, not boss, but truck drivers, they knew the struggle, and off and on you'll get a little ease up in the circumstances. And in the bombing ride, I remember Mr. Alin, Brian Alin, in those days, the Freedom Party, so he had a double cab, white two-wheel Nissan. So when you see we load that, when that stop and we load that at the back, so we had Maxim and all the others in front, and takes us. So I used to tag it that.
Maxim Police?
No, Maxim Esprit. His daughter, Brian's daughter, and others, John Allen, we went to school together. Bernard Allen. So Mr. Allen used to give us a little vep, so bomb ride, and the little money that I would save having bombed the ride, then I have to bring that so that my mother can buy a little piece of back, and in those days, don't forget they had quarter pound pig snout, brain.
Yes.
You had quarter pound and half pound codfish.
Yes.
And your hawasser. So I'm doing all of this, running away from Banfufu and the others and Lam and them, to ensure, because I'm thinking it's survival. If I can recoup, if I can get that money to give to my mom, to get a little meal for us, at least it would do something. But most times it was just the black wind tea, the dry, nothing substantial. Come back down. As I said, if we get a little fish, if we get a little tongue, she does something, and our lime tea, lime bush tea in the evening, and go to bed.
Now you're in high school, sports, pretty girls.
Yeah.
What went on in your life at that time?
I'm not too sure, although grammar school being co-ed and concerned, although by that time I'm 12 years, 13 years, perhaps hormones start kicking, but I'm not even so concerned about girls more than one, getting an education, so studying my work, bearing in mind I told you not having the amenities, not having electricity. So that was it. Yes, I got involved in sports. Ozzy Savre was our sports teacher at the time, so I played a lot of cricket until I played cricket for the Dominica Grammar School, the under 16, under 19. Didn't play football, played plenty football, but did not make the team. Did a lot of running as well, athletics. My house was Dupini. So we got involved in sports, and so to come back to train, and so that I could not do. In fact, I can tell you, grammar school sports day was like a national event, if you remember. Mm-hmm. It was a huge event in Dominica. And I remember I had to do the 400 race against Dobini, Skinner, and the other houses. And that Sunday, mommy give me a thing. When she look around, no money to pay the bus or the truck rather to come up to get to the grammar school to run and to take part in these activities. Because of course the poverty-stricken atmosphere. And I just could not have gone. Who knows? Maybe I could have been an international athlete if that opportunity had been in. Or if the school, on the other hand, would say, well, okay, good. Are we identifying students who can't make it? You know, they are not fiscally swollen.
So you
and
can,
then
you can support.
You can give them support or send teachers or the sports teacher to it. So that was a no-no. So
I just want to say, sorry, Mr. Weekes. A good friend of mine, Kelly the Ghost, said, I supported Mr. Weekes' recommendation. But hear what he's saying, 100%. Hear what he's saying.
Let me hear him.
I will bring him up for his medal. Rasta and Babylon connection. He's a good gentleman.
But that man was you something else, you know, my brother.
The man say Rasta man
and Babylon.
And Babylon.
No, but I have more beard than Ghost. You know that.
Yeah,
I know you have a little thing. I don't know if it's kakaka with you, but I have more beard
He
than
said something else, boy. Ghost, you something else, you know, my brother. Yes.
Yeah, man.
So, Mr. Weekes, what did you do in the cricket? Were you a bowler? Were you a batsman?
So
or all-rounder?
I bat. You can say all wrong. I bat. I bowl. I never wicket keep. I could feel well and bat. So I played a lot of cricket together with Roy Marshall, who is my contemporary. All these people, even our former comptroller of customs, Roddy Dejan, this all the time Shanti, who is now deceased a long time ago. Val Coffey. Our pharmacist, Val the young bull.
He was a cricketer?
Oh yeah, man. Val was
Mr. the
keeping.
cricketer.
He had gloves, you know, but balls were not passing.
Val Bull Coffey.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Val used to block all balls. You know, he just put himself across his thumbs.
He was huge.
He was huge. He just threw down himself, and the ball hit him. Cousin Val, you know. So all these one, Bernard Daniel. So a lot of us played cricket, and grammar school was a very formidable team. But of course, before me, you had people like Bunker down in the northeast, Drago. So you had the senior people, and then we were the 16, and then the transition came, and Ozzy Savre, very good sports teacher, you know. So we played a lot, and grammar school is known and reputed
for cricket,
for cricket and football and those things. You see, and it was the whole development of the student. So I went through that tour of school and went up to second form. But I remember one term, I think it was the midterm, I had done poorly in English language. I think I got 35 over 40. And Mrs. Blanc, you know you have to bring your report card every term so that they monitor your progress, and the welfare department obviously would give the necessary support. And when she saw that, she said, but Claude, and she called me Claude, you did so well in all of your subjects. We know it's difficult down there by the Bay at Les Point, but why did you do? So obviously there was a particular text, the English textbook, that I did not have. The welfare department did not have it, and Mom, on the other hand, could not have purchased. So I was left without the book. So that stultified my progress in English. But I tell you, this lady went in the archives at the welfare department, and Cecil, she gave me a bag of books, novels, non-fiction as well. And she said, go home. And Claude, for the summer, I just want you to read and read and read and read. And Bryn and Cecil, the rest is history. And up to today, I'm at the bank, going down the bank, I'm in the line, I have a book. I just, reading is a passion. I'm an avid reader, and I think it helps. You don't see that anymore.
No.
Especially our young people, you see them on the phones, and you see, so the English is almost like a foreign language to them, and not only our youngsters, but even people. I think, especially depending on where you work in, one has to speak properly. I believe in that, and that's why I enjoyed the courts environment,
Right.
Cecil. Working with all kinds of magistrates, and one of them I remember very well is Mr. Ozzy Lewis.
I was just coming to you.
But
But we'll exchange English in that court.
yeah.
You know, Aussie, my
Yes,
goodness. I heard you prosecuting an Aussie questioning, man. It was a joy, man.
Oh yeah. People used to come to the gallery. People used to come to the court. So I think one has, and especially if you're talking about police officer and prosecution or investigations, you should have a good handle
Of the English language.
of the English language. And very imaginative mind. And speak. And while I'm on that, I can give you a joke. There was a fracker, a brawl in the Fonkole area many years ago. Ozilius is the magistrate, and the guys, it was about 7 of them in the box, and the investigators charged them with violence, battery, the whole works. So they all pled guilty, and I had to give the facts. Right? When you plead guilty or the defendant pleads guilty, you give the facts. And I gave the facts, and then I said, Fonkole was like the Gaza Strip, because they're fighting, people run for cover as if it's an automatic gunfire. Mr. Lewis said, wow, Mr. Weekes, I would advise you to change your profession. given the way that I express myself in the courtroom. And it was really a joy. Of course, you have to have the passion for it. It's not an easy road to do that kind of job, but you have to have a passion, and with God's help that you can do it. So I moved to second form. By that time, the principal moved, so we had Hubert Charles, who came in. Hubert Charles succeeded
Humpty
Dumpty, Mr. Alexander. And here comes more drama. And that drama is sometimes the school fees, because we had school fees. Brain, not sure if we have school fees now, but anyway, we had school fees to be paid at the grammar school. And if your school fees aren't paid, you're not called up, It's been placed on a board. The grammar school notice board, if you remember, was in that open area. There's an open area just before you would get to the ablution or the laboratory facility on the left. And they'll put your name on the board. And I remember many times, for whatever reason, sometimes the government system, as we all know, the bureaucratic system, can be slow, can be tardy, and my fees were not paid. And I remember very vividly that my name was put on the board, and that in itself, and I hope that's not been done today at schools, that was indeed humiliating as a child, not having anything. The system gives $20. That includes your passage. They're struggling. You don't have the amenities. You're poverty-stricken. You're in distress. This is thing perhaps to get you into the suicide lane by a mother and child, And I went to the headmaster and I said, almost genuflecting, and saying, I'm from the welfare, and please, can you kindly call them? They're responsible for me. I'm a welfare child, and as I'm speaking to you, I'm hearing in my ears right now as I'm sitting, get out, you've not paid. And that's why I made mention of the system that has to protect a child, has to look forward to a child, has to support a child, is the very system destroying that child. So I had to get to my mom, bum ride, horse ride, start to walk as a school child in uniform, because I would not be accepted at the school. I go to my mom, I explain to my mother has to get into transactional sex, alias or better known as Lakou. We're in Lakou bomb with 2 or 3 men to get back to the school. As we get back to pay the passage.
So where's your Bope at that time?
Bope is in countryside, and the most I can say about Bope is in the countryside, a farmer, and given my mommy's position, I do not want to use the term that he did not assist fully, but I think my mother's condition was not taken, quote unquote, seriously, as if you are a mentally ill person and you are nobody. So the system, the society, you're so heavily marginalized and put aside and cast aside. So when we would have gone up to Hubert Charles and explain the situation, as I am clutching to my mother's worn-out skirt, we are genuflecting and we are begging, please bear with us. I'm hearing his voice as I'm sitting in the studio, Felix Henderson Studios, formerly known as Studio 2. Get out, you've not paid. You have an educator with you, you're a media person. And that is what we had to go through. And many times it happened until when the money would have paid. As we were going up to the steps on the welfare, and to explain sometimes the kind of resistance and opposition that would have gotten on the front desk or the point people, just because she is mentally ill and has no backup. Is that really and truly fear in a system that's supposed to protect no matter what it is in life that you've arrived? Because you see, gentlemen, in this studio where we are just passing through. Life is fleeting. It's like a vapor. The Bible says it's the width of your palm. So it would have gone until when that would have been settled. But then it was settled permanently, not by Hubert Charles, not by any teacher. It was settled subsequently by Mr. Alwyn Booley, Dr. Booley, who is now deceased, when he succeeded Hubert Charles. And then it happened again, same drill, same fashion. And then when we went, he said, but why is that so? First of all, why is, call some other teachers, why is he being taken away from the school? If he says from the welfare, can we not investigate? And he said to my mother, Ma'am Weekes, since I'm at the Dominica Grammar School, your son, whether he pays school fee or government pays or not, he will never, ever leave the Dominica Grammar School. And that is how I continued my journey at the grammar school undisturbed, whether monies were paid or not. So the system almost destroyed me, because I could have just said, well, boy, I'm finished with that school business. My mommy is not well mentally. I'm living.
Or you could say your mommy was right when she said she's not sending to school because she has no money.
No money and all of that. And then we and here it is. And not that you're expecting the person who is at the helm. And let me tell you what makes the difference. How do you know? And your teacher brain. Every student, whether rich or poor, wears a uniform at the school. You do not know who eat food or who do not eat food.
No, you don't know.
You don't know. The uniform just the identification, just to identify you with the school. But I survived it and went through, right through up the school. So I went to school with people, my peers, Daniel, Simeon, Joseph, the whole works, a good bunch of disciplined men and women. And some of us have made significant contribution in this land and of course, overseas. But I make the point, and I had to mention it, and I say so unashamedly, unabashedly, that teachers like yourself, Brain, and I know you've retired, must be mindful that your role, yes, is to teach and so on, but you must have that sensitivity. You must have that deep down, because that child who is in front of your children, in front of you, some of them have not eaten anything. Some of them are struggling, single parent. Some of them are even abused sexually, emotionally, psychologically. Go easy. Go easy, because it's not every day you're going to be a teacher.
Did you ever have a chance to speak to Mr. Hubert Charles on that matter?
Of course, and that's a brilliant question. Of course. And that happened about under 5 years ago. Of course, Mr. Charles became an ambassador representing our country. And that's why they say karma can be a beach. So it happened that I was taking my wife to a wedding in Roseland. Under the cliff, my phone rang. My cell phone rang. And I heard on the other end, good afternoon, Inspector. Immediately I recognized the unmistakable voice of Mr. Charles. I said, "Hi, Ambassador, how are you?" He said, "I'm all right." And he told me, "Yes, your colleague, I was at police headquarters, and your colleague said to me, the duty officer said to me, you are the only, Mr. Weekes is the only person who can help you." He told me that the corporal told him that I am the only person who can help him with a problem that he has. I said, "Is that true? Is that so, Mr. Charles? Am I really the only person who can help you?" I said, "Oh, of course, I'm willing to help you, sir. But at this juncture, I won't be able to, bearing in mind that," and it was the Yuletide season, and taking it to weddings. But I said, as soon as the season is ended and I come from court, you'll come over and we'll speak. He did come, Cecil. The first meeting was not held because court duties went on long enough. The second time, the Tuesday, was it the Tuesday or the Wednesday, the gentleman came. And he came with a lady whom I eventually got to know is his wife. I invited him to my office. I was in charge of the Roseau police station at the time, and invited him to my office, gave him the best seat in the little office, the cubicle that I was using at the time. I called my two inspectors, one confirmed, one acting, Mr. Williams and Christmas, who is now deceased. And I said, his wife sat on his right, and I said, "Sir, I'm here." He said, "Thank you very much for having me on board and accommodating me." And he said to me, "Your colleague said you're the only one who can assist me." I said, "Well, I have a few men, and whatever way, sir, I'm prepared to help you." And he started telling me that he has his daughter who he is mortally afraid of, mortally terrorizing him. Apparently, she had some mental issues. A brilliant girl had some mental issues. Could not drive his van, so he was mortally afraid of his own daughter. And the corporal tell him, "It's Mr. Weekes alone who can help you." I'm looking at the gentleman, and Brain and Cecil, I'm crying. I tell you, I'm crying. As I'm crying, in uniform, full Mabuya clothes, in uniform, gabardine, I'm crying. I'm saying, "Lord, please help me as to how I'm going to deal with this situation." I couldn't believe what I was hearing, given the story, what I told you at the grammar school and so forth. And at a certain time, I said, "Ambassador, would you kindly stop? Stop, please. I will help you." And I said, "Ambassador, I'm so pleased to help you. But Ambassador, by virtue of your actions, when I attended the grammar school and you were the principal, you almost made me, and could have made me, a permanent fixture at the state penitentiary at Stock Farm." I said, "Ambassador, you know, my name would be put on the board. I come to you, I'm genuflecting, I'm begging you, and I'm hearing your voice. Get out, you have not paid." Ambassador, I lived by the bayside. I could have killed. I saw drugs. I saw all kinds of things as a young boy. I beg you, go back to Le Point to get my mommy. She has to get involved in transactional sex and other forms of abuse just to get to plead our case, Ambassador. Well, the gentleman's wife, the maternal instinct kicked in. And I remember she said, "Hubert, is that true? Did you do that to him? Why did you do it?" And one of the inspectors, she was crying. It was very emotional in the room. But I said, "Ambassador, don't worry about that." And I stood up And I said, Ambassador, would you kindly stand? And he stood up. I'm in control of my office, whether you're an ambassador or not. And I said, Ambassador, no hard feelings. I love you. I forgive you, sir. And I hugged him. And I said, I forgive you, sir.
You want to take a water break?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
I'm good.
All right.
I hugged him. Ambassador, I love you. Despite what has happened, despite all of the way that my mom and I were treated, and you at the grammar school, I could have been destroyed by your inaction and your aloofness. I could have been destroyed. And I, along with 3 male and 1 female officer, and if they're listening, they would remember that. And we went on the Mont Prosper. And indeed, she was violent. In fact, she was so much that Dr. Benjamin, the consultant psychiatrist, had to be on the scene. And that little room, that little area, because even the motor vehicle would take and so forth. So he was really mortally afraid. He was in distress. And I and the others extracted that woman, his daughter, and took her professionally to the APU. I remained there, the same place my mommy had been going and where I had been going for treatment for her and bringing her for Dr. Benjamin and others to care for her. His daughter was in the very same place. And I sat with them, they did whatever it is, at the end of which I hugged him again, shook his hand, and said, God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. And I left. Gentlemen, I have no hard feelings against anyone, including the ambassador, but I'm giving that story. And that is a lesson for those of us who are in authority, whether in the school system, whether in the police system, whether in nursing system, those of us who are in authority. Life, karma can be a bitch. What goes around comes around. Treat people with fairness, with just. Treat people, we are all human beings. Today you are in authority. Tomorrow you do not know where you will fall. We must be mindful of that. You put God first in the center to make proper decisions. Yes, institutions have their policies and so on, and it has to be adhered to. But my God, we treat every case on its merit, and we must have a heart not of stone, but of flesh.
Cecil, let's take a break.
Yes, I think it's only fair that we take a small water break.
Water break.
Yes.
You know, like when you have
Mr. Weekes says that he doesn't want a water break, but
we want
there's some things that can be so very emotional,
yeah, so we'll take a break.
that you can take a small break. And in the meantime, if anyone wants to call, they can call in. And to have quick question. But I just want to say that there are a few persons on Facebook who actually saying, well, as someone said earlier on, and Brian Paul said, gentlemen, take a water break. Wet the throat.
Yeah, we had a
yes. And Mickey Deven says, my brother, classmate, God is with you. You are blessed. Julietine Andrew Thomas says, I'm glad I did not miss this program. Thanks, Mr. Weekes, for sharing your story. Very emotional. And person continue by saying that God brought you and your mom through. Continue to cherish the thoughts of your dear mom. And Marlene JJ says, Jesus, this is so emotional. You should take a water break. I know that.
A water break.
Monica Liquin said yes. Yolande Keppel is watching, and also your wife is also watching. I should say, Mr. Weekes, your wife is on.
Yes.
Also, too, we have Marita Winston Bowers. So very true. People has to be sympathetic, and. Sandra Alexander, whoa, this is so emotional. Baptist Baron, Mr. Weekes, Red Baron, is listening. You have me in tears. God bless you. And tell Mr. Weekes, treat others the way we want to be treated. This should teach the listeners' audience a lesson. Wow, quite a number of people are on. Let's see what this person has to say on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Cecil.
Good evening.
Mr. Weekes, how are you?
No, he's taking a break.
Oh, he's taking a break. And I think when he come back, I will call.
Okay then, thank you.
Mm.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Quite a number of persons actually going through. We have 120 people live with us at that time. I was wondering where is Delia Weekes. Good evening, madam.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Weekes, back with you now. Great story, very emotional, but sometimes you have to release some things from your chest, so that's what you did tonight.
Of course. I mean, like everything else, I've shared this story several times. In fact, as a preacher in church where you can apply the scriptures. So this is a strong lesson in forgiveness as well. And as you made the point, you've got to release. In fact, I think the pressure was released when I had that encounter with the ambassador in my office. It's as if I felt so light. And I believe up to this day that was divinely orchestrated. No doubt.
Let me ask you, do you think in that process, do you think that you too have been doing people fine out of that experience that you'd have had?
I didn't get it.
Okay, I'm asking the question very simple. You said that we have to treat others good.
Yeah.
You made note of you spoke to Mr. Adams and to indicate to him that educators must always be sympathetic.
Yes.
I'm asking the same question to you. Are you very sympathetic as a former police officer?
Well, that's a good question. We go through life, and that's where the issue of forgiveness is coming. People can perceive or interpret your action or your inaction as being merciless or not kind. But the message that I'm giving you here, no, and not specifically to Mr. Adams or teacher. I'm talking about any of us, like you're in authority at DBS Radio. We would want to, and especially as you grow older, you get wiser. But more importantly, having a relationship with God, and especially when we say that we are Christians or a Christian nation, it is expected of us to be sympathetic. It's expected of us to be kind. But given man's nature and sinful nature by practice and by nature, that will not always happen. No doubt about it. There will be times that we may be unkind. We might approach things in ways that should have been approached better. But we must be quick to say, indeed, I did wrong. I erred. And move on and don't hurt, because that's only how we as individuals, as families, as community, as a nation can go forward.
So you think that the Lakou life helped you to overcome some of the challenges that you would have gone through in school, more particularly high school?
Well, let me attribute
no toilets,
right.
No lights, no running water. Had to get a breakfast. Made you tough.
Yeah. I think, as I've always been mentioning throughout the night, it's about survival. So I think in any environment that you put me, I will survive. I think so. I will survive. And in retrospect, I have to say, thank God for that particular rough time. Maybe if I'd had it very easy or easier, then who knows? I would not have accomplished anything for that matter, because there are people who had been, let us say, quote-unquote, rich or more affluent, and that does not necessarily mean they have made any kind of contribution. And you have those who were in abject poverty, had no means, had nothing, and they have become scholars, they have become professors, they in nation building. But it's how you, apart from interpretation of the problem that you're in, is how you manage it, how you manage the adversity. And since we are on the journey of life, adversities will always come.
Good. Let's take that. As you're on that journey, let's take a call. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Weekes,
Yes, ma'am.
Every time you tell your story, you get me emotional. Every time. How I got to know Mr. Weekes. I heard him at that time. He was on TBS with Yvonne Galloway on the beach. So I used to listen to him while I'm in Canada. And then eventually I came to Dominic and I said, I have to know this commanding voice because anyway, I went by the court and that's why I got to know Mr. Weekes, to know who he is, because I would listen to him every Friday. Anyway, I've heard that your story and then I'm hearing it again tonight. And whenever you're on, we come to on a Sunday, up to this morning I heard you again, Mr. Weekes, and I said, well, you really have to treat people the way you treat, because you never know what goes wrong, comes wrong, and come at the beach. So that's a lesson for all of us. We've got to treat people right, because you never know. Mr. Weekes, I love you.
I love you too.
I love you to your beard. When they said you not recognize you, you call me, But I love it. I told Mrs. Weekes, I love that beard. I love that look. I love it. But I'm listening to you. I am emotional, and what can we say? What else can I say? I'm just listening, okay?
Thank you. All right. Fanchu is also watching and listening. Victoria Williams is watching and listening. Anthony Mead is also watching. Mervyn Nicholas is also watching. And also Alan Mann, Claude Dangaben, Uzeb is also watching. A few other people that are watching, so let's go quickly to the telephone. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Weekes, how are you?
Giving thanks.
Yes, Mr. Cecil, I would tell you I had two experiences with Mr. Weekes. And that's why I'm always telling people I have the greatest respect for this man. I met him on two occasions. I could remember Mr. Weekes, if you can remember, when I was indicted by the police. They said that I had stolen my property.
What happened to you? You stole.
Yes.
Take your time. Take the time. You
You
stole your own property?
At my home in Walnut.
You stole your own property?
No, that's what they said. I stole my property. A report was made. And the police and then Mr. Weekes said to them, hey, partners, let me tell you have to treat that matter with a lot of caution, He explained to them, and the police did not hear. And today, I'm telling you, Mr. Weekes, that it's going to cost the state a lot of money because they have sent me jail wrongfully. And Mr. Weekes warned the police. I could remember that, as a police, experienced police officer, he know the vibes. And that day I could remember they took me to court and Mr. Weekes, and they did not want to bill me. Mr. Weekes tell them, all you have to bill that man. And go and check all your archives and see where all you wrong or not. I could remember again, Mr. Weekes, I do not know if you could remember that a gentleman in Dominica had used the name of a prime minister, the prime minister of...
Caller. Just,
Okay.
please.
Let me change it.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me put it better, Mr.
No. Come to the point. No, caller. No. Come to the point. We're not here about you. If you're talking to Mr. Weekes, let's talk to Mr. Weekes, but we're not here to call.
So Mr.
people's
you
name.
could remember again, I met you, and we found out a problem which I had. And when I went to get the police for a certain gentleman who is not from Dominica, someone had used his name. And when I met you, at that time he was working in the police station in Rose. I tell you, Mr. Weekes, look, I come to give a gentleman police because the gentleman stole my money. You put me to sit down and you explain to me. And Mr. Weekes, if you did not explain to me and tell me what for me to do, I would have get myself in a lot of trouble. And I believe because you speak to me today, I could tell somebody I am going to get my money back. Mr. Weekes, people have to learn to respect you. I mean, in the police force, it's just that you did not come, you were not elevated to some position I think that you had get. And any people, young man, old man, young people, whosoever they be, I think that you was a mentor to them. And I can tell somebody I respect you, and because of certain respect I have for you, Mr. Weekes, certain things that happened because of you, I did not take some steps. So I have got to give you the strength, and I have got to help you that you continue, especially in the gospel. So I'm listening to you, and I know that you are a man of God, and I believe that God will bless you and He'll guide you as you go in your endeavor.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, thank you. Moving Paul, good evening to you. Mr. Weekes, he says that greetings to Mr. Weekes, much grace, sir. Sandra Sayer is watching. Teresa Regis, good evening to you, Teresa. Thank you very much for your greetings. Mr. Ashworth Irish is also watching. Ensworth Irish, sorry, is also watching. Let's take a caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening,
sir.
Mr. Weekes.
I am watching Mr. Weekes. This is profound. This is very, very heartfelt. The thing about life, people don't understand. You never know where you falling in life. Our mother used to say to us, "Upaje mesav kumula ukari tombe," and it's true. Now, when you treat people bad, it always come back somehow. That same person's going to be the one to help you. I have seen it in many in my own life. And you had one as the Rasta man on this program when he had to help the same police that hurt him. So life is just a circle, and if we don't know how to treat another person right, don't treat them wrong. You don't, especially the poor people, the people that haven't got, the people that don't have nobody the voiceless people that have no one to talk for them. That's so sad. But Mr. Weekes, your wife I raised up with your wife in Grande. She's a beautiful young woman. I love her so much. But I'm telling you, God was always with you, even when you was a child.
Yep.
Your steps were ordered by the Lord, so that's why He make your enemy your footstool. Because Mr. Weekes, you don't understand what that God was doing in your life. He put you in that position to have this testimony, so you can help many people that been through that and that go into that. So I thank God for you, and I thank God that people that hear your voice and that know you will give you the respect that you deserve. And I thank God for you in Jesus' name.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Weekes, is a good time that we can segue into policing.
Yes.
40 years, 7 months. What allowed you? What made you? What reason that you had to become a police?
Yes, very good question. And just before we enter the police, so having graduated from the grammar school, my first job, because I worked before entering the police force, 17 and a half, going on 18, at the Dominica Coconut Products. In those days, the
DCP.
Coconut DCP was in its heyday and the mainstay of the Dominican economy. I was employed. My first job being Mrs. Thomas, Audrey Thomas, now deceased, brought me on board. So my first job was making or building boxes to put the soap, the best soap, the blue soap, and others upstairs. I remember people like Johnson Boston being my supervisor, and LM was just died the other day. And well, many of the people in DCP were from Mahu Massacre area, the community. So I built buses. Brain, my first salary, the fortnight. You remember those envelopes that had they had holes?
Yeah, the holes. Yes.
Was $79.04. But I seen it's well sealed,
It's sealed.
But you're seeing those
holes.
$20 and seeing the new. Cecil, I run from, but I always run in, I always run in. Up to now, I run in Brain. I ran from DCP to Le Point,
What?
But you're saying then, man, I get money for the first time. Remember, you never had money, you don't know what is money. I bring in that from my mother, I bring that from my mother. It's not now the average young man or young woman, they get their money.
And they hold
it's
it for
their hair I buy or their hair I put. They go and buy and so on, and their BB and their thing, You in those days and the discipline, you bring that from home. So I reach home. I say, I get my little money and things. We're very happy. So at that time now we could buy a little muffin and so forth. I spent just under 1 year at DCP, but I wasn't making boxes for that entire duration. An opening came at the lab. They had the lab dealing with the soap, the chemicals and so forth. And I think it was Mr. Bain. Hewart Bain had moved to floor, cable and wireless. And that opening came pending my results, Mrs. Audrey Thomas. While I'm waiting for my external results, my exams, put me in the lab. So I worked with Jacqueline Ansem, Clifton Anthony, and others. So a young boy in the lab, 17, 18 years, and that was my field. I did the sciences, arts and sciences, chemistry and so forth. So it was wonderful. Now, getting into your question, what really caused me to do? In those days, you had a heavy scout movement, and I think it's strong in Mahu. It seems to have been diminished, not very heavy in Dominica again, but for the Central Alphonsus and a few others. So we were in the scout movement. When you look at the outlook of the police department then, and you see the guys in the military uniform, or even their gray and black, and how they carried themselves. And then the scout movement, you could say, quote unquote, it's something paramilitary. And many of the school boys, my peers, my contemporaries, and whether SMA, whether the grammar school, and I just decided that I'm going to join the force. Just so. I don't think I remember asking God. I don't think I had the kind of relationship that I had with the Lord as I have now. I can't remember asking God or Lord, make them take me or so. But I applied. In those days, they had it on the radio. So you could apply. They call your name on the radio and so forth. Man, a huge number of guys applied, including my former pal rep, Rayburn Blackmore and Jerry Stevenson's, Bernard Daniel I'm talking about from the parish. And we did our exams, and many of us, including Rayburn and Bernard Daniel, we made it and went to Montrose on the 15th of August 1983. In fact, I took the oath on that same morning at 10:10, and then before it's Mr. O.N. Phillip, one of the legendary police commissioners that this country has ever seen and heard of. So this is how I entered. But I have to tell you all that I never told my mom, because remember, we had a political upheaval in the mid-70s, early 70s to mid-70s. Yeah. The Defense Force and the police and the Dread Act and all of the confusion and the political upheaval, as I said, ups and downs, bit of violence and so forth. Then I said, but if I tell Mom that I'm going to join police, there's no way she's going to allow me to go in police because they will kill her child. The average mother, that's how they'll think. I don't know about fathers, But the average mother, not really police, passer. So I continued working at DCP, did my exams, going to do my exams, but I'm working at DPP, DCP, and I'm keeping my mouth shut. So I'm doing my work diligently in the lab and so forth. Until when a guy from Special Branch, I think he left as a Corporal Antoine, slim, tall, good-looking police officer, discipline, came to the little house at Lake Point, close to the sea, and said, Madam, your son has been successfully selected and recruited to the Dominica Police Force, and he's to report to police headquarters, Monbrose, the following day. Well, of course, shout for joy. That would be music to my mother's ear. By that time, yes, you're getting into law enforcement, yes, a better salary, and so I immediately wrote my resignation letter and gave it to Ike's Jacob, who was my neighbor, who is my neighbor at Lake Point, to take down to personnel, Mrs. Thomas and the administration, and then up the road to police headquarters. Of course, excited to be there. In fact, Brain, many years before, for you to have been a police officer, you had to be a tall, big cast man or woman.
Yeah, about 5'10".
5'8", but huge and big. And so on. So when all of us went, so you had the short ones like me, diminutive, small. Remember, I give you my background, other officers. So a group of us about the same height, same physique, same weight, were kind of put on a side, and the big guys, like people like Bernard Daniel, Rayburn, and Rayburn in his very the heavy fellas, man, and so on. But as it were, and as one caller said, God was always on board, and I became successful. And I went to Monbrose. We all went to Monbrose. We had a good experience, a good time at Monbrose. Great instructors. We had an English consultant, Mr. Dunkley. I think he's now deceased. And then the local, because the government, the Freedom Party, contracted this man. Well, of course, the British government gave assistance in this regard, because you have to remember we were recovering as well from Hurricane David, 79, 83, not many years. The Freedom Party were taking police officers, in fact, two batches per year. I mean, many of us trained year after year at Monbrose, because we were course number 5. As you know, of course, the recruit training was done in Barbados and in St. Kitts. I think in St. Kitts, 1973. I think 73. And Dominica, you had it in the 60s and so on. But it was in Barbados. But the local training again started in 1981, and the first batch in 1981. So we graduated, and we were, in those days, the police force had a good rotation system for recruits. You had to touch base, so the Rosa Police Station, the Criminal Investigations Department, and the outstations. So I had a stint in the Rosa Station, one month, Point Michel 1 month, Colliho 1 month. But it's now sent me to Salibia. Now, Brain, can you imagine I'm leaving my mentally depressed sick mom, a 12-year-old little sister. They are vulnerable and exposed to the shacks outside, and I'm at Salibia. But I remembered I climbed up the steps, and I made a case. But I tell you, there are several blockages. You'll get blockages in life. And I remember one of the officers, it wasn't the commissioner or so on, it was just on the desk, the administration. So I said, and of course, I don't know the senior people in the police force. I'm a young 18, 19-year-old man. And I made a point and said, could I be sent a bit closer so that at least I could keep an eye on my mom especially for medication and all of other things. And the response was, so Salibia, you cannot go then. I'll never forget that. Salibia, you can't go. So I had to pack up my bags, go to Salibia. So when I went to Salibia, listen, it's history. I arrived, who was our corporal? I think it was Patrickson Albert. So when I arrived, I had to relieve one of my peers. We were trained together, who was dark skin. And as you know, I'm light skin, I'm fair in complexion. So as I reached the people were by Barry's place there from a thing. As I reached the Kalinago people, said, Garçon, mi o bel ti police yo voye pou nou, garçon. Mi se ka gade kon nou, garçon. Pa vie neg sa ki an la porte. I never forget that. And then I had a wonderful relationship with the Kalinago people, develop relationships, in the neighborhood, move around. I mean, police have vehicle, pow too. We used to walk from Salibia down to Snakehu, walk from Salibia to Bataka to serve summons, to go on issue warning reports and so on. But it was a wonderful experience with the Kaya people. They told me it was for 1 month, the attachment. When I see 6-7 months coming, I get my legal salary, I bring that for my mommy. I'm a growing man, 18, 19 years, going on 20 years. And then I give my mommy all my money, man. I hold in a little $30, $40 because after 2 weeks I come down. When I come back down, bring all money finished, let's say the $800-900 I give her. Because she's sick, people take advantage of her, people take her money, she do all kind of thing in the community. What a merciless society. So when Mr. Lloyd, who is now deceased as well, they had the port police. I don't know if you all remember the port police.
Yes.
Now they have security port thing, but it was the police doing security at the port in Fonkoli. That was dissolved. And then the port people came in. So Mr. Lloyd, we went to Salibia, and Clement Pielwy, former deputy, went to Wesley. And then, I was explaining to Mr. Lloyd my position, and then you see this man had sympathy. He understood as a father, as a person, Mr. Joel Lloyd. And he said, Mr. Pierre, who succeeded Mr. Owen Philip.
Ensley Pierre.
Yes, Ensley Pierre. Ensley Pierre had to address the Northern Division, and that meeting had to be held at Marigot Police Station. So he addressed us, and then, of course, time for questions. So I stood up, and of course you salute, the normal protocol, and I put my case before I pleaded my case before Mr. Pierre. It was a Wednesday, and Mr. Pierre, a commissioner, understood, chief of police understood my plight and gave instructions, and I was transferred to my community, Maho, to work, so that at the same time I could take care of my mother. I could keep an eye on her while I was doing my work, Cecil, in Maho, Massac, in the community, Campbell. Police have vehicles, POW too. We used to walk to Campbell. We used to go via Paya, climb up the hill to go to Warner to serve summons, and worked hard until Mr. Blanchard succeeded Mr. Pierre. And I was working quite well and doing quite well in the Mao community. Of course, and involved in community work, in groups, playing sports as well, and so on. And Mr. Pierre sent Mr. Healy, ASP Healy, Francis Healy, to Maho and told Mr. Lloyd, the deputy, Mr. Blanchard, has given instructions that Constable Weekes must report to the CID on Monday. He came, it was a Thursday or Friday that Mr. Lloyd, and I remember Mr. Lloyd said, but this is one of my best constables, my best police officers around. Howard. Now, Mr. Healy was a fiercely strict police officer, commanding police officer, practical police officer. And he said, I'm sure that you heard that I told you that I came from Mr. Weekes, and I don't think I'll entertain any further conversation with you. And then I entered the CID, joined Mr. Haley, Mr. Simon Darrow, a phenomenal detective, investigator, Mr. Healy. Then you had the younger corporals to sergeant in Duke Severin, Alpi, Mr. Alfie. Then you had Enzo Farish. I hear you say Enzo Farish is looking. Enzo Farish was a corporal, a supervising corporal. You had people like Cook. So they real, we call it the yard. We had the yard. We had Brian Paul. We had Fountain, Melcher Fountain. We had a cadre of fellows, Rayburn Blackmore. We had a cadre of detectives, young detectives, understudying people like Alpi and Duke Severin, Simon Daru. You know that the yard was the yard. That was robust and sound. And then we were going to court, and we were at criminals, at burglars, and patrolling night and day. Outside there, covering the beats, going in on all areas, and in the rough areas in the Roseau catchment area. Fierce resistance, but we looked out for each other, and there was camaraderie, there was love. We looked out for each other, we helped each other, which we never assumed the dog eat dog or crab in a bucket syndrome. We never ever did it. We cooked together in the very same place I told you where I lived with my mom. We cooked broth there, we drank booze there, we drank beers, we do all kinds of things. I never forget when two of them, Ruben and somebody else had gotten a little talk. Maybe they were bothering or coming to be inebriated, although Ruben had not been drinking at all. But a little comba burst in the other. I never forget that when I say comba, rough talk, and my mother say, Pala, pièce police pas qu'à faire, pièce débat, Lakou, ça, manger, make brave. So we were looking out for each other. We moved together. We go to parties. We go to the feds. The very same criminals that we would go to court with, they understood us, and we and that too was good community policing and good police public relations, because the togetherness, the people in deviant behavior and criminals, they saw that, and that is important for a police department for the public to realize that there is unity, there is unison. And we can all work together, because we really and truly the police force is just a microcosm of the whole.
You have a call?
Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, good night.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Yeah. Mr. Weeks, to me, there's a certain error that I don't hear mentioned, like from 79 to 81. I've been listening to the use mentioned and stuff, and to me, I don't hear that particular error mentioned. Would you care to, or do you remember anything in that time to tell us about it?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, as best as I can. I mean, if you talk about 79, as I did mention the political upheaval, bringing us right into 83 when we joined, and I make reference to the fact that I didn't tell my mom I was going to join the police force because of that particular violent period, if you like, political upheaval. So yes, we had the hurricane, we had the strikes, this, well, they call it, now we say public service union, but was a civil service association. So it was really topsy-turvy. So we had natural disaster, we had man-made disaster, we had political issues. Remember 1978, we had just gotten independent, and then under a year we were devastated by a hurricane. So really it was trying times for Dominica. And then of course the Freedom Party came in, sweeping the polls in 1980. You see.
But, yeah, Mr. Weeks, quickly, in terms of the overthrow, attempted coup d'etat, what was the year? 83?
81.
Or 81?
1981. I think it's in 19th, is it? If my memory serves me right, the 19th of December. 1981.
Okay.
I'm sure if I'm not on target, somebody will.
You're very much on target.
Very much on target.
In terms of the date, yes.
81.
Yeah.
And that too were all these were trying, the dark chapters, if you like, in our political history, our political life. And then of course we know the Freedom Party. But then coming back to detective work,
yes.
So we did a lot of work, spent a lot of time in the yard. And went to courses, did my CID courses, basic, advanced, and moved on. I just felt that being a police officer, having had a secondary education, I had to work hard and to ensure that I could take care of myself, take care of my mother, take care of my sister, to supply financially, and at the same time, the values that were instilled. And then how did I get into training? In 1992-93, Mr. Blanchard, I saw something inside of me. And I remember at 5-1, normally he would be down by 10-1, waiting on his daughters, Honorable Miriam and the other daughters, to take them up for lunch. And he called me and he said, Mr. Weekes, in his twang and language and style, can you teach? If I put you in a position to teach, can you teach? I said, sir, anything is possible, and what is there to be done, I am prepared to assume the challenge. And then he told me, prepare yourself so that you report to Monbrose, to Mr. Alfred, to be an instructor.
Hold that thought. Let's take a call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Sir Still and Mr. Brain and Mr. Weekes.
Yeah,
good evening.
Good, Jack.
Yes, go Jack.
My question for Mr. Weekes is, it came the other day when they had that couple shootings and River Blackmore was on I called and asked, what happened today? Because I remember the days of George Cook, Aimless, Hammerhead. When you hear about these guys, your blood used to run cold. Them little boys couldn't do nothing in Roseau. Today, you have those little boys terrorizing Roseau. Where did the police force went wrong? Mm-hmm. Because the same camaraderie they talk about, I don't think Dominica has that anymore. Because growing up, when you hear those men come in, they had to scatter. Today, the way the guys talk to the police, you couldn't use it. You couldn't even use the F word by mistake. Today, the way this, what happened in Dominica, I'd like to know where did we went wrong that these kids have a respect for police today. Thank you. I'm listening.
Brain Cecil, the caller is right. I mean, as I explained earlier on, you call it the yard, the CID, the yard. It was really formidable and airtight. We did the work within the parameters of the law. We work hard. It was risky job. It was hard job. We had hardcore criminals, hardcore burglars, and so forth. And we were there. That's a dissertation. That's a thesis that we probably would have to look at. And he's right, because given how certain people in the society probably would speak to the police, but at the same time too, on the other side of the coin, to generate the respect from the public, whether criminal or not criminal, the police must put themselves in a particular position to earn that respect. You understand? And you earn that respect, one, by, of course, operating diligently and within the parameters of the law. And you don't expect everybody to like you or to speak kindly about you, but do your work and do it right anyway.
In your service, Mr. Weekes, can you recall having to deal with a civilian in a rough way?
Oh yeah, man, many times, of course. I mean, you got fights, whether it's in searches, whether in searches in homes or on the street, and especially we used to do a lot of running, because we had some, I don't know for now so much of the criminal or people in deviant behavior, but we had a lot of guys who the burglars, they were runners, especially when you get up in the valley area. There, we used to go down inside of the Silver Lake area a lot, because what we found in the 70s and the early 80s, where you find when crimes were committed, all the proceeds of crime, the goods, whether money, tangibles, they were being hidden, and you had a lot of handlers in the Silver Lake area, So as I said, they were prominent or notorious areas in the Roseau catchment area. So, but these guys were runners. You know, they had the longhouse, Cecil.
Yes.
After Hurricane David, they had the longhouse at the place.
Silver Lake.
The guys, when we were running, when we go at them, they used to go airborne, you know, pass through window, you know, into thing. And then we used to strategically position our place and catch them airborne. Airborne, hold them up for going in windows. What they used to do sometimes is put big dogs and fence up. Of course, that should deter the entrance and accessibility of the police. But the point the caller has made, and I take it to mean he's observing the police. Yes, we've got to be robust. We have to solve crime. We have to investigate crime. But indeed, the police alone will not be able to do it. It has to be a concerted effort between the police and the public. And the police must be au fait with the laws. They have to be au fait with the psychology of the people that you're dealing with. They must be sound in the courtroom as well, whether from a prosecutorial level or whether giving evidence. And you have to be diligent. You have to have high integrity. You must be honest, and you must be simple preparation as well.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening to you, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And good evening to your host.
Hi. Good evening.
Let me just say to Mr. Weekes.
Speak a bit louder, please.
Let's hear you. You have
Yeah. Are you hearing me now?
yeah, much clearer.
You sound like you want to disguise your voice.
Don't disguise your voice. We know you already.
No.
The prosecutor know you.
It's past my sleeping time. So that's why I couldn't let you just go without at least adding my voice to the number of compliments, you know, that you are getting and that will still come along after I hang up. And let me just compliment you, and I believe that, you know, you're a great example of an officer, and you have really displayed a lot of courage. I mean, I know you, and I know you not only well, but I know you over well. And I just want to wish you well in your retirement days. And I know that you still have a lot to contribute, you know, to the society, you know, and the world by extension. You're a person, I believe, that many officers, you know, serving today would want to actually, you know, take a page from your book. So your history, I mean, I've heard you before. I know the type of person you are. I love him, you know, I mean, a family man, to put it that way. And I believe you were well joined. You were well joined with your peer, who actually continue to do a lot of work that would represent persons of your stature and quality. That's your friend. Have a very pleasant night while I continue to listen.
Thank you very much. And tell your wife I said good night too. Hope that she's doing well tonight. Thank you very much, caller.
Mr. Weekes.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Mr.
kindly.
Weekes.
I really, as I said, I really attribute all of these comments, all of these accolades that I've had before to the Lord Jesus Christ. I remain humble. May the Lord be lifted, and may I stay down. May the Lord be glorified, and may I stay down. I remain simple and humble.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening to you, Cecil. Good evening to you, the Brain. Brainy, good night.
Good evening, Auntie. Good evening.
How
are you?
I like that name, Brainy.
Yeah, man. I was praying for you during this storm, man. I hope everything goes well for you, baby.
Boy, you know I'm a rain person. You know I'm a rain person. I love this. When it rained. But we don't get nothing serious, man.
Okay.
Times that it could be worse, but it's good this way. Brother Weekes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. How do you do?
Brother Weekes.
Yes.
You know, long time ago, they have first I to hear that voice there. You know, Kyrie in Sunday morning, I used to listen to you. All of a sudden, you just disappear, people.
No, I was there. No, I was there this morning. I was there for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, this morning, but you and Heston was in a good team. Teamwork before that.
Anyway, caller, you call to speak to Mr. Weekes. You call to speak to Mr. Weekes.
Just stop
to Mr. Weekes.
Weeks. I come to Mr. Weeks. I have to wrap it by Mr. Weeks because he has given the gospel.
No, I know. I'm not telling what you called to talk to him. So,
Anyways, Mr. Weeks.
Yes, you do.
Brother Weeks.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you something with your policemen and them. The policemen have lost respect for civilians. Simple as that. Because what happened to me, I was in Dominica some time ago. It had something on Monday. So I just tell the policeman, but you have all doesn't direct the traffic correct. Because if I was you, I would have, it has too much transport on Monday. Some let the transport stop. And while going up, let them stop it and let the people walk up. And let the water going down, go down. This policeman in uniform cost me stink just because I tell the policeman that, Brother Weeks. All what he said about my mother, he said, let's one thing to myself about carrots. The man cost me in uniform, And Brother Weeks said myself, my head doesn't feel so right, function so right. Sometimes I sing it for him back in Cardiff. You understand? Yeah, but I tell you, some of our policemen, some of them do their work fine, but some of them become too political minded, and they need to drop their political colors down when they're doing the police job, so they can get a good job. But the civilians too must learn to respect the police. It goes vice versa.
Yep.
Anyway, good program. I like the program tonight. Cecilia and the Brain. Thank you. You all have a blessed night and a blessed week coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. Bless you.
Yeah.
Bless you too.
Sometimes, Mr. Weeks, the civilians do not know how much work it takes, for a police officer to do what he has to do. Sometimes the police is working within their rules and within their laws, and the civilians doesn't understand that, and they tend to think that the police officers are rough. Have you ever had that experience, Mr. Weeks?
Oh yes. Well, that is why I believe, and I don't know. Well, we Mr. Corbett may be listening, or his high-ranking officers. I hope they're listening, because recommendations can be made. I believe it was a fatal error to get rid of the on the beat program, because based on what you said, to support what you're saying, you need to have public awareness. And I believe that program should get back so that you interface, you interact with the public, so they can ask, like how we had it. As you know, we had a strong on the beat program throughout the years, and that in itself. And I was on board, Yvonne Alexander, David Andrew, and what we attempted to do by giving information, but it was really to bridge the gap and to get the public on board, so that we can work together. You're making the point. Some civilians, or many civilians, will not understand, because people now, and especially as the society evolves, people want to do what they want and front the law. And really and truly, it does not work that way. And there are consequences when the law is broken. But I think that there has to be the public awareness, and that has gone cold. I think it's really an error that program was sealed off. The community policing program, I know, is still on. In fact, I was about a month ago, I was invited with them to speak at one of the primary schools in the Roseau catchment area. But there's a lot of work to continue to be done, because it's important that there is a reasonable relationship with the public. The public must not be seen as an enemy of the police.
Let's hear what this caller has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
A very, very good evening to Brother Weeks.
A very good evening to
Teacher Luther.
Good evening.
Good evening, Teach.
First, I will address you as Pastor Weeks, and then I will address you as assistant superintendent.
Okay.
I give you God blessing first, Pastor Weeks. Yes, Pastor Weeks, it's good to hear your voice. I heard you this morning, and I listen to you anytime you come on the radio, because you always have good advice, especially for the young people. Mm-hmm. And I want to wish you happy retirement, and to continue to do the work of the Lord.
Amen.
Pastor Weeks, I have one question for you.
Yes.
And that's it. the question is, Pastor Weeks, do you believe, Superintendent Weeks, do you believe today, in the days we are living now, you are going to get individuals in the police force like you again? I doubt. There might some of them might come up very well, you know. But to have people as inspirational as you, I don't think so. And I would like you on your retirement to continue to help the police force wherever you can. And you mentioned about the policing of the citizenry, which is very important, and to go to the schools. And I believe that we should always keep that type of business intact. So I wish you a happy retirement. Pleasant good night, my brother.
Good evening to you.
Good night to the bird.
Good evening, my brother.
Good night, brother.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate very much. Thanks kindly. Yes, I mean, I made the point this morning on the other radio station, and Teacher Lufa may have heard. And the issue we're focusing on, Cecil, especially during summer, speaking into the lives of our youth and the abuse of drugs, including alcohol. And because I asked the question then, where are we going to get our police officers, our doctors, our nurses, our pastors, and other people in the society, if the values of our young people are not socialized properly? The primary agency, to which the family, the schools, the NGOs, the village councils, and so on, to instill values. Because if we are not good examples for our young people, how are they going to be good police officers? When a father or mother or both driving their vehicle, moving across, and children are in it, and then we speak unsavory or spew unsavory comments about authorities, whether police or whether the doctors or the nurses. What do you expect that 13-year-old, by the time he reaches 17, 22, 23, this is what he'll exhibit. This is what he will exude, you see. So we have to look at it all wrong and start working grassroots and get the values. How is that? Our parents and grandparents, they were tough with us. They instill values. We are now the fathers. We are in our 50s and our 60s and our 40s. Why can't we now instill the values in a 12-year-old? When I am an inspector of police and a lady comes and tells me, why, Mr. Weeks, I have a 10-year-old boy, I don't know, I can't do nothing with him again. Can you imagine that?
Have you ever heard that, Mr. Weeks?
Of course, but I'm telling you.
They come to the station and tell you?
But I'm telling you, my officer, I suspect I was doing more counseling in the latter part, apart from my prosecutorial function at headquarters than anything else, and a wide cross-section of the public will tell you.
I want to...
Mother came in for a hand on her head. Mr. Weeks, I don't know what to do. 8-year-old, 10-year-old child.
I want to correct a media personnel, Mr. Weeks.
Yes.
And that's why we were saying earlier on that the media people must they must make more research or better research.
Yes. Absolutely.
The question is, why was Mr. Weeks never recommended to be commissioner? We don't have a commissioner in Dominica. I just want to correct that person. We have a chief of police. Mm-hmm. So I just want you to make I'm very disappointed in you asking that type of question, not knowing that there isn't a commissioner. And he said, the question was, why was Mr. Weeks never recommended to be commissioner of police by the commissioner of which you are a member? You wanted to be by the commissioner of which I'm a member. No. If you're talking about the chief of police is a constitutional position.
That's right.
And the commission cannot deal with that matter.
Yeah.
That is for the president and the opposition leader and the prime minister.
Yeah.
All right. So I just want to inform that media personnel to have a greater understanding as to how the rule.
Could you repeat that? How does one become a commissioner?
First of all, let me correct the person that there isn't any commissioner. We have the chief of police.
Chief of police.
So we have to make known.
So let them know.
So there's a chief of police. There's a deputy chief of police. There is an assistant chief of police. Right now there are two.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, in reference to the chief of police, all right, that person that position is a constitutional position, and by virtue of that, the instrument of the chief of police will be given by the president, which the prime minister and the leader of the opposition
Acting.
will determine
Who
who becomes
the chief.
that chief of police. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes, on target, in consultation with. So that's a
Right.
political or constitutional, as you rightly said, constitutional thing. But let me make the point too. Because many people, well, this person and others, and many people believe that I should have been at
The
a
chief
high,
of
or
police.
left the rank, whether chief or at a high rank. But listen to my answer, and I have said so many times in media, in public fora, where I've had discussions. When I took the oath in 1983, 15th of August 1983, Cecil, before O.N. Philip, I never took an oath saying that when you would, Claude Weekes, you verily or thereby, when you would have arrived at 20 years or 25 years in the police force, you will be chief of police or you will be superintendent. I took the oath to serve without ill will, malice, or forethought, fairly, justly. And all I need, and that's long before I had my relationship with the Lord. And by the time I get closer to God, I always know it's God who promotes. Psalm 75 is clear on that. He brings up and he brings down. I know I worked diligently, pleasingly as unto the Lord, as best as I possibly could within the parameters of the law. It's a hierarchical structure in the police force. You have the systems in place, and even if I acted superintendent once, I may have been recommended many times, but not promoted. I never, Cecil and Brain and listening audience, I never made that, and my peers who are still there and who have left before me will tell you that. All I knew was to work diligently, work fairly, and serve the nation, serve the people of Dominica. Obviously, you are in a small society, you're in a society, and given your work output, it is perceived, it is believed that I ought to have been at least rewarded for hard work. But sometimes this is life, and God always has a plan, and He always knows best. And many of the callers think that I should continue to work. Indeed, I'm continuing to work. I do my evangelistic duties, morning, noon, and night, and anything that I can do for nation building, I will do it. And taking off all political ties or pendulum or boundaries, how we want to describe it. I'm not here for that. I think God placed me and placed us as human beings. He has endowed us with different gifts expressly for His purpose, and indeed that must be used for nation building, for development of humanity. That's my stand.
What was the last position when you?
My substantive rank was assistant superintendent
So you're
for about 12 years.
ASP.
So I was the, if you like, quote unquote, oldest officer, gazetted officer, in terms of service as gazetted officer, having been promoted on December 6, 2013, and acted in superintendent in 2019 for 3 months, the period of 9th of September to 31st December.
So in other words, you would have been the oldest person in terms of years of service as in your substantive position.
Yeah, in terms of rank. In terms of rank.
Rank, okay.
Yeah, yes. In other words, I could put it simply, I remain in the rank of assistant superintendent for close to 13 years.
Okay.
Yes, they're about 12 years. I'm straight, so head of the Roseau police station, and I can say so very boldly that apart from my prosecution,
just hold your thought, please.
Yeah.
Just quickly, let's take a caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Quickly, Mr. Weekes, I just wanted to ask you one question. There is a quote of yours that I normally reference, and I've referenced it on several occasions. That is, execution of the law is not selective. I would be happy if at least you would just throw some insight on that, because, I think I referenced that quote coming from you, your friend.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like everything else, you as a police officer, you would expect to be executing your duties fairly within the ambit or the parameters of the law, and it's the issue of selective justice, and that is coming a common feature word now, loaded word in Dominica. There ought not to be anything about selective duty. In other words, whether color, creed, no matter what you do, no one is above the law, and you do your duty as you do. In fact, somebody mentioned about one of the callers said earlier on about the heavy polarization and the heavy politics in the force. The Constitution is clear. You can support whoever you want, whether Labour, whether Freedom, whether Party. What is important, and I remember as public relations officer, I always said so, you do your duty, take off the politics, do your duty as a police officer. And notwithstanding whether your religious background, your political background. But when it's expressly done and you feel that's a high horse that you're riding, sometimes you might feel that you don't even have to work because I'm hooked up politically in X, Y, and Z. You're really defeating the purpose, and you're defeating yourself as well. The point is you've taken an oath, and no matter whatever your political ties are, your religious ties are, do the people's work. They expect you to do their work. And you cannot say, well, because he's so-and-so child, I'm not doing that, or because this one is poor, you're dragging him there, and you're doing this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, the fireman touching base. Good evening to Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brennan, Officer Mr. Weekes.
Good evening.
First question. Mr. Weekes, now I know he's a policeman 100 years, but I know him yesterday by talking to a local man, well and truly.
It's the Lakou, eh?
Now this thing they call marijuana, I call it winter vegetable. For how long he was a police officer, Mr. Weekes? Even you arrest me for a little joint. I don't work with you yet, but I still love you for that. But anyhow, for how long you in the police force, Mr. Weekes? You know about the marijuana. Mr. Weekes has a new thing they call crack and cocaine, which is mashing up the always and form. Mm-hmm. You don't realize that it's two different energy.
No, of course. Well, I mean, it's two different classes. I mean, you talk about the crack and the cocaine, which is a class A drug and very destructive.
Thank you. You know why I said that? Because I find people calling marijuana drug, and I have a problem with that because, as I tell you, there for 100 years, you arrest me for a little joint. I still love that because doing your work, I mean, you have to do what you have to do. But you know, the crack and cocaine, you can still get sick and crazy and mad and running like sick people. But before I run out again, no, Mr. Weekes. Next question, no, Mr. Weekes.
Yes.
I find it about a whole heap of gun in that island there. When you were there, you find gun was coming there like that.
Well, let me tell you, it's maybe every year or maybe every year and a half or 2 years you would possibly get a firearm. I'm telling you, when police, and I'm talking about when in my time I joined and those who joined long before me would say the same thing. You hardly got a firearm. I mean, yes, society has evolved, technology, the supersonic age of technology, movement of people. There are many variables that we can hook up for that. You know, but then we have to have the antidotes as we are now, and as the authorities are seeking to address it. There must be the antidotes to address this particular situation. And we don't want it to get worse as it is, because I mean, gun violence surely is not only a Dominica thing, it's a Caribbean. In fact, if you go and you do some research, you see there's a gun court in Jamaica, which was established constitutionally by law in 1974, and that in itself was to seek to address the heavy gun crime, and you still have it in Jamaica. So we don't want that at all to continue as it is in Dominica. And I take the point, crack and cocaine, they are killers. In fact, this morning I addressed this situation with marijuana. And Brain and Cecil, let me make the point. The amendment to the Drug Prevention Misuse Act with regard to smoking, where the authorities by legislation says that one can have 28 grams, I'm just putting it simply, 28 grams and below, and you ought not to be arrested. So it gives you that window. But the legislation never said that you must smoke in public.
That's your good point when you come to that. So the whole lot for someone's on the line.
Coming to that.
Yes. Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Joseph, I had a last question for Mr. Mick before I roll out. But Mr. Weeks, before I go, as a pastor, you think really and truly now, a pastor should have a gun? And before I go now,
Mr. on bait town, sir. Mr. on bait town.
I find it very disrespectful for any man or woman.
No,
Even if you smoke in a winter vegetable, to go and smoke in a bus, or in a supermarket, or in a restaurant, you're supposed to go to prison for 2 months. Trust me, that is very disrespectful. I don't smoke my winter vegetable, I respect myself. I don't want to smoke winter vegetable anywhere. You have to respect the right. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So anyone in that practice there, they should take a 2 months in the prison. And Mr. Weeks, again, it's right for a pastor to have a gun.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
I'll answer you.
That's a Mr. Like controversy.
The pastor is a citizen of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and if the pastor believes that he wants to apply for a firearm via the route, of course, we're under the Firearms Act, so that and the commissioner is the authority to approve. He can apply. He can apply. That's not an issue. That's my perspective. That's my perspective on it. Yes, as I said, the crack on the cocaine is destructive, and I'm happy that you make the point. Smoking in public and the buses and going to jail, well, that would be for the court to decide. I mean, this is reprehensible conduct. I mean, you're carrying your bus driver or taxi driver, you're carrying people and you smoking weed, the weed bullseye in the vehicle. I see guys. I mean, you're driving your children at the back of the vehicle and you're smoking, or even if it's not lighted, you have it on the mouth because it is 28. May I repeat that the law does not say that you can smoke weed in public. You smoke weed, they say you can smoke it in private. So the policeman will not get to your house if you're on your step smoking your weed on your veranda and come and arrest you for that. Absolutely, the law is clear.
So Mr. Weeks.
But in public, if you're smoking in public, the police has a prerogative to and a duty
to arrest you.
To arrest you, because it is clear that you ought not to, and it's as if there's a floodgate with regard to
smoking in public.
And that too, while we are talking about crack and cocaine, I mean the medical community will answer that better than us. We know the impact as well, the misuse of weed, winter vegetable as you call it, as a thing, because the data is clear. You just go to the APU. And a lot of youngsters, teenagers, a psychotic problem. And they're destroyed. I see some of them are walking on the road rudderlessly, aimlessly, and just there. Some of them neglected by their family. So, yes, the abuse of the drug, including alcohol, the national rum. I mean,
that's hold again, hold that thought.
The national rum.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Mr. Weeks, I have a question for you. You said that you stay in one position for 13 years. Do you believe it's because of your opinion, the way you express yourself, you say things as you see it, that would cause you to stay in one position, and the hierarchies above you or those above them that keep you in that position? Do you think you could be gone higher without any obstruction?
But he just explained.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like everything else, I have a strong faith, and based on the genesis of my story, Bryn and Cecil, I'm not prepared to compromise my position with the Lord. What I told you all there in the first hour, or the first 40 minutes, I could have been consumed, and it's as if I got a second chance, and God gave me a good chance, and I'm making use of that chance, and I'm not prepared, whether religiously, politically, whatever it is, Cecil, to compromise my relationship with the Lord for material things, for elevation or whatever it is. I will do what the Lord says, thus saith the Lord. So if the authorities, when I was working diligently in the police department, and felt, well, boy, what Mr. think, and align me. Because my peers, some of my peers, I know, and some of them are in, and some of them have retired. The tail bearing is a common feature in the institutions.
But as ASP though,
yes,
you would know that recommendations would have to be made by the chief of police.
Yes, indeed.
In terms of allowing you to become a superintendent.
Yes.
Or to become a ACP, which is an acting chief of police.
Yes.
Or deputy chief of police. So sometimes
but
people
recommendations. No, I'm aware. I'm aware that recommendations were made for me to be.
But you would know. But you would know. Too, Mr. Weekes. I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not taking no sides.
Yes.
I'm fortunate enough to be knowledgeable on the issue. That you would know that in reference to the recommendation that there is an alternative.
Yes.
There is nominees. There's one alternative, and there would be something like 3 nominees.
Right.
Out of the nominees, the commission would have to now discuss whether the recommendation of the chief of police is accepted, or whether the 3 other names that were given as nominees will be discussed and to be determined whether they can be accepted. And that is why, as you said earlier on 2 occasions, that you were given the opportunity to act as superintendent.
No, well, on one occasion.
One occasion.
Yeah,
okay.
one occasion.
Sorry, I heard. Sorry.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
And that I was thankful for. But like I said, I never made that an issue. If you ask me whether I could have left the force at a higher rank, I could say definitely, categorically, a big yes. No, I am not the one promoting myself. God is the one who promotes. He will use men as instruments to do his work. And if by whatever means that I was not considered, not only to say whether by the Police Service Commission or by the authorities, but you see you have it's a rat race in the institutions nowadays. Everybody look to themselves. If somebody perceive that you are doing well, and if they can block you, they will do it. If they can, who can carry tales the best? Because I live it, I see it, I felt it, I know it. But what do? I have a responsibility to the nation. I have a responsibility to the people to serve them and not get into the quagmire and all the confusion and the sea of confusion about promotion and elevation.
What would you say? What would you say, Mr. Weekes, in reference to people who would say that Mr. Weekes, good talk, little action? I'm not saying that is a fact. I'm just saying for persons who would have said that.
Well, before you answer this, Mr. Weekes, you see, perceptions are people's reality. Many times people perceive certain things, and we live in a small society, and perceptions can cloud people's judgment of people. So I think you answered it very well in terms of promotion and in terms of your elevation. I think the Lord decides, and whatever the Lord decide, through humility you have to accept it, because many times people feel that they should be in positions and they're being sidelined for whatever reasons that society may feel that they should not be promoted. But as you said it all, you do your best, whatever, and you leave the rest to God.
And that's why I made the point. I never allow that to stultify my progress. I believe I could have been used in the last 10 years in the force. I could have been used a lot more, no doubt about it. And there were times, because I'm a human being, realistically speaking, you felt the casting away, the marginalization, the underuse
of the resource,
of the talent, and there's so many variables around that. But what do? Do you go fighting with people? Do you do that? I mean, Cecil, as you said, you had knowledge of things. So many people told me, "But why don't you take the authorities to court?" Because I don't have time to litigation for that. I don't have time for that. You can get a promotion and get a Malkadi.
No, sometimes, but Mr. Weekes, I like what you said. The extrinsic variable here, meaning that there are certain variables of certain conditions. Sometimes you become chief of police and you put yourself in more difficulty. You don't enjoy the job. There are many people who become leaders in positions and they're not happy in the position. So within your position and parameters of your operation, once you're pleased with whatever you did and you left your record,
you're right. And what is also important, and I mean, you had a taste of the public. And since the public, because we are serving the public, is satisfied. That's the other thing.
That's the ultimate, yes.
Because yes, Cecil, you could be superintendent, you could be that, but is the public satisfied with you?
Your performance.
You see, yes, you're high rank, you by whatever means, whether you are qualified, whether you're eligible for it, that's okay. But is the public satisfied? And by you carrying the rank, do you feel satisfied that you are performing to the best of your ability with respect to the public?
You said earlier on, Mr. Weekes, that you're going to give us your brother's story. So I think it might be appropriate.
Yes. Well, my brother's story is, I remember I was second in command of the drug squad. And in those years, another tight area, good, strong area. I'm not sure if police going in bush again, but Cecil, I tell you, we used to hit that forest. And it's good.
Oh, yeah, very good, very good.
Oh, yeah, man.
Hang on, before you answer that. Mr. I will come to your brother. Just give me that little chance. The drug squad, going in the bush, how was that, Mr.
Oh, no, man, that was fun. I mean
Do you feel
we had
feared
great
for your
men.
life?
We had great men working in the drug squad from, well, of course, when the drug squad started in just about 1983, when the RSS began, Mr. PLW was heading that. And, of course, transitioned into different leaders, Cyprian Defoe, you had Smith and Hobson Baptiste. And then I came on board before I got out. So it was a great thing, a great exercise to go in the forest all around Dominica. In fact, if you remember, we used to have the what we call the FTX, the games, where we had the American helicopters, the Black Hawks, and so on. So it was fun rappelling down on those things and getting into the large acreage, because Dominica have land, Cecil. I don't know if you know that. So to get into that, you asked me about fearing for life. I think when you take that oath, that's part of the package. You cannot get into the military or paramilitary and think it's a bomb zero. So the young ones who have joined or who intend to join, don't think you're coming into a bomb zero. I think you can manage it to make it excitable. But at the end of the day, the possibility of getting injured is very palpable. The possibility is there. It's patent. And so you pray to your God to protect and preserve you. And if it's the will of the Lord to allow you to do 40 years and 7 months like me, fine. And if he wants to cut you short, because every day police officers are dying in different jurisdictions or getting injured for that matter. And if that is not being considered, I think it would be a bit naive in the circumstances. I don't think I had any time to fear. I think I'm still brave. There were times that it was rough, because I mean, you do not know what is going in a criminal's head, what is going in a man's head. But you've got to be prepared. You've got to be alert. You're trained in such a way to take care of yourself. But it's not about even how well you're trained, because a man can take you out easy at any time. You can have all kind of bulletproof vests, all kind of whatever it is. I believe to mitigate against that is, as best as possible, to treat people fairly. And you heard what the guy said. I arrested him for weed, the winter vegetable, and many other guys whom I've arrested and or prosecuted. And they will tell you, Mr. Weekes, I'm not forgetting you think me, but I blunder, I do that, I go jail, or whatever it is. It's how you deal with people. Some of us, we have a chip on our shoulder. As I said earlier in the program, when we're in a position of authority, whether police or whatever institution, we believe we can do what we want. But there's a time you're going to cut off from the institution, and you'll be a civilian again, you see. So as best as you possibly can, you have to operate fairly. And I'm saying so, that does not necessarily mean, because you have recalcitrants who will definitely want to tackle you as a police officer. And force will be used, but that force must be used wherever, when it's really necessary to use the force. So if we can de-escalate as much as we possibly can to avoid violence on each other. But the police also has a right to protect itself and protect its members. But that again must be done within the ambit of the law.
Yeah. Take the call.
Let's take a caller.
We'll go to his brother.
Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Weeks, can you tell us one of your most difficult times you have serving the police?
One of my most difficult times. Okay,
Yes,
that's a good question. As I said, I did a lot of investigative work, prosecutorial work. The halfway in the police force became a Christian, get involved in preaching, and so wow. I don't know. I think the most challenging period that I had in the police department, and I worked the hardest, it was after Maria. After Maria. Sleepless nights, double shifts. When you expect people to come to work, you don't see them, and then because you're disciplined, you have to remain. You hardly see your family. You know. So I think that was one of the hardest period to manage men, the movement of men. We had the foreign troops. That was tough, and I have had many actions in terms of protestations in Dominica from, let's say, 1994, bus drivers, right up into 2019. So there's some difficult periods, but God has been always good to give me the wisdom and the wherewithal to execute my function. I never go to execute my function without the intervention of God helping. So as a result of which it made life easy, and as a commander to make proper decisions, because that is what is critical, especially as a commander, as a gazetted officer. You've got to be able to make proper decisions. Decision making is critical because it hinges on life and or death.
I'm sure that the listeners who would like you to make a clarity on gazette officers.
Yes, when we say gazetted officers, just for the listening audience, let's go right down to the constable or even the special constable. So it's the makeup, the structure. You have the constable. From the constable, you move to the corporal. You're promoted to the corporal. You don't have lance corporal like in the army. We don't have an army. We have a police service, police commander of Dominica Police Service, police force. Then you move up to sergeants, the rank of sergeant. Now that is being done. That promotion comes, of course, recommendations by the chief of police to the police service commission, the chairman and the rest of the members. We used to have what they call station sergeants. That was abolished, I think, in the mid-90s, if I'm correct, somewhere around there. So that was where we had a crown on the free chevrons, and that was abolished. So we get straight from sergeant to inspector. An inspector is not a gazetted officer. Well, before we had what they call non-commissioned officers, but that is synonymous to the military or the army. So now we talk about duty SO or duty officer.
So are you saying to me that if someone in the public wishes to apply for the position of inspector, they can then?
Well, I mean, if you would have to go through the training, except if the policy of the authorities, the policy of the force changes, where you would say, well, if you have, let us say, like a rapid, some police forces or the military, you have a rapid examination to get in. So you can get in as a lieutenant if you're talking about the military and the police. So you have rapid promotional courses to get you. So that let's assume maybe the person has a first or second degree, or it might well be a PhD or somewhere in forensics, and to bring you on at that particular level. But as I know it now, in the service, in the police service here, you have to apply to enter as a police constable and to go through the ranks. I think in the 60s, given the history of the police force, so that's where people like Jean Pestina, Mr. Rui, and others, Dyson Powell,
Harold Cyril,
Powell, they entered as
cadet
sergeants. These guys had gone to the secondary school, had their O levels. Because what you have to remember, Cecil, more than 90-something% of the police force, if we're speaking historically, would not have had a secondary education. Remember, we must be mindful of that. It was really secondary. In fact, the educated guy, quote, or the guy who went to the secondary school or the university would never fathom of joining the police force. The police force was the last of the last. As over the years, and as we go along, you see the tremendous transformation in policing, global policing, all wrong. And then you see people have gone to the universities, people have gone to the colleges and get educated because you pass on sort pour un police. A policeman has to be a wise man, a courageous man, a man who has strength, a man who has power, not to be abused. A policeman is everything. A probation officer, he's a priest, he's a pastor, he's a nurse, he's everything. He touches everything. And so you ought to be bright enough. And as I said earlier on, we're talking about decision making, especially when you start going up into the rank. You're in charge of a division, or you're in charge of a district or a police station. You have your human resource, you have your material resource. How do you use it? How to optimize or to get optimal output? So it's a lot of brain work. And I'll say it again, pass on sort for you to be a policeman. It was August Vollman. I have that little quote which I always like, and he often referred to the father of modern policing. This was a chief of police in Broccoli. He became a great police chief. Incidentally and unfortunately, he committed suicide. And he emphasized that the importance of a policeman's mental. He emphasized that mental, moral, and physical cleanliness. And this is sweet. Mental, and that is what I'm talking about. Moral, we must be above approach. And somebody said, maybe because I was frank and not promoted, and look at it, moral. And I said so, and I think, Cecil, you were the one who interviewed me at Bath Estate about 15 years ago. And I said, we have, as police officers, we must be of approach, above approach. You ought not to be a policeman, or you should not be a policeman, telling the public to do X, Y, and Z, or you ought not to do that, and you're doing it. So there's no room for corrupt police officers in any police force. Of course, there will be, because we are sinful by nature and practice, and we'll always seek to circumvent and do things around. But that is why systems must be in place to ensure that the police force is not compromised. That is critical. And if we're talking about respect from the public, despite the pressure that they'll give us as police officers, but they expect us to be above board. They expect us. And that's why he talked about moral and physical cleanliness. Even our appearance. Some guys, they're in uniform. I mean, my God, we can do better than that. And he believed that a good policeman should possess, look at that, hear that brain, the qualities such as wisdom. So we can tie that into decision making. Courage, you have to be brave. Ou pas son capon, so no police. On cap.
So, est-ce que vous êtes capon là ou t'es police?
Jamais. Jamais. But la même élevé.
All right.
Jamais.
I like that.
You must have the strength. Mm-hmm. And look at that, patience. And that is another important attribute. Patience, understanding, leadership. Mm-hmm. And those I heard of new promotion, high-ranking promotion. Leadership that has to be exercised. You carry the rank, but you must be wise. You must be courageous. You have to understand the systems. Have a good handle on public administration. Know how the system works. Read the Constitution.
Let me put one to you.
No, but yeah, remember we want to have him to speak about his brother for the long.
I was going to tell him that.
Let me just close it, and then kindness as well as we talk about it. An intimate knowledge of various scientific and social sciences. So really and truly, a policeman ought to be an all-rounder.
We'll take that later, but go to your brother.
Yes,
because
so,
I have some pertinent questions for you.
Yes, so 96, second in command of the drug squad. And there's a guy, I don't know if you met him, Brain, but he's a Weekes, we call him Pa Weekes. He came, he's deceased, so he's a Bajan, and he was a soldier, he was in the West Indian Regiment.
Yes.
And he lived in Dominica, all the Caribbean islands, and so he lived in Dominica, and I was told before I met him by Pong, because Ozil and a few other fellows were saying, boy, there's a Weekes gentleman, and you look like this. Is he your father? So I myself, I don't know the man. So he came down, and somebody, as he landed in Dominica, somebody in Roseau, a couple of people in Roseau say, your son is at police headquarters. He's a sergeant. Go and see if you see him. But my mother told me my father is a Jamaican. Now I hear about Bijan. I said, well, what confusion is that? They call them Malmele. Anyway, while I'm in my office, the gate man called and said, I'm Sarge, there is a gentleman downstairs. His name is Mr. Weekes. So when I went down, I saw a guy just about my physique. Well, of course, a senior gentleman. And he said that he's Weekes. So I looked at him. I said, well, I'm pleased to know you, but I really do not know you. So we had a vehicle, a Toyota vehicle, 9024, took the vehicle, brought him down to Le Pointe in the little house. And I said, ma'am, it's a Weekes gentleman. He lived in England, and they say I'm his son. My mother looked at Mr. up and down. It's as if, who are you? So from the time she say, who are you? My connective say, Sapa Papa. And then, of course, we exchanged pleasantries and so forth. And then we went back to town. Look at where my brother comes in. So when we had the discussion, following day we went out, had a meal, and he said, and I explained to him that I was born in the UK, came down small, 4.5 years. And he said, well, okay, good. So if you want to, you can come up to the UK and come and spend some time. You'll see it for yourself. If you love it, you will stay. And man, bring under two weeks. I took vacation leave in May the 19th. I was on a British Airways flight to the United Kingdom in Heathrow. He picked me up. We were in Southall, Indian city. But I held my address, Cecil. And that address that I held in relation to him, but where the connection came in beautifully is that Monsignor John Rees, our priest here in Dominica, my brother is married to his niece. He was the one who got them married in the United Kingdom. And then he gave my mom my brother's telephone number and my sister-in-law. As I reached in Southall, which is in England, I got the answer was his mother-in-law, Ma Robbie. And then when I start with the lady started to cry. She called her husband, incidentally, who was just interred last week or 2 weeks ago. And then we spoke. Brain under 3.5 hours from East London, because he's an official taxi black cab driver. Under 3 hours, he was in Southall, in the west. I met the man is looking like my mom, big man, well-grown, young man at the time. His wife accompanied him. We sat, and I'm giving him the history where we start, as I told you earlier this morning. And then the waters start to flow. Man, it was one emotional setup, man. Man cried, the wife is crying, and look at that for all those years that I met my brother as a man, a big man. And then the connection came in, went back down, go back up. Absolutely, it could be better. It's not as lively as it used to be. But I must admit it was a pleasure knowing him and all of the story. And then he told me he was in the foster home. So he too, on this side in the United Kingdom had the pressures of life, being in the foster home, so he had to fight his way, get into college and work out, and for many, many years he's an official black cab driver. In fact, it's not any piang that can be a black cab driver in the UK. I think, as a matter of fact, it's about 3 to 4 years of training in that field. So I must admit, in the early stages, having gotten to know him, was very supportive, and we moved on. And so he's the first, he's the senior, and I'm the center. So basically, this is how I get hooked up with mother. But let's get to father. I've never seen, ever heard, and as I said, and I put in it bluntly, I don't know if he's an Abolo, if he's a Zandoli, if he's a human. I don't have a clue. Don't ask me. I don't know. I have never seen a photograph. I don't know my siblings by that side. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But for my mom being father and mother.
Now, quickly, we don't have much time. We have just about 11 more minutes. Quickly, I know that you spoke quite a lot about Jesus, about God, your spiritual life, how you became a Christian.
Brilliant question. I got connected in 2003. I had a near, if you like, death experience in police force. I had already begun my prosecutorial career, and I'd gotten gravely ill. When they check the doctor and so on, they talk about Helicobacter pylori, and so they gave me an antibiotic which nearly transported me and so on. That was rectified, medicine will change. But that experience, that was physiological or physical, but there's a spiritual aspect of it, and if you like, the powers of darkness had definitely overwhelmed me. And I pray God that the police officers and others in the institution, we must learn to pray and have a good connection with God, because we have evil people, a lot of evil people around and in the very institution. And if they can decale you, they'll decale you. Excuse my language, which is Lakou, so all that is part of it.
Just want to say, we're talking about the Lakou.
Yeah. Lakou.
Yes.
And I was out of work close to 5 months or 4 months, because I got sick I took leave, and of course medical leave and so forth. It went down, so I did not work September, did not work October, did not work November. 3rd of December, went back. I remember I'd gone up by my sister-in-law to get a French opinion to set up, but that was beyond, in my opinion, that was beyond doctors. May I put it that way? That was the great physician working, the Lord Jesus Christ. And then I was also paralyzed with and by fear. You see, it's as if a state of hopelessness arrived on me. In fact, I remember I told my dear wife, we can go up admin and I will resign. I will get off from the organization. It's as if I no longer wanted to work as a police officer. I no longer wanted to be in the office area. I no longer had the passion to be prosecuting in the court. It's as if that power, that cloud of darkness, something wasn't right spiritually. And I'll never forget Inspector Julieta Ostry, a devout Christian. We worked in the CID for many years, but she worked then at the immigration, and she saw me by the toilet area or the TV, what we call the TV room or the conference room now in the modern age. And she said, but Weekes, she called me Weekes, as if you looking a bit depressed and what's up now? And she was very much concerned, and I know in retrospect I can say it's God who sent her. She was a devout Christian at the Pentecostal church, and she said, would you like my pastor, Pastor Bill, now deceased, to speak with you? I won't be able to come with you. Can you drive? Would you be able to go? I said, of course I will, because I needed help. So as I said, we had climbed through, we had remedied the physiological aspect of my situation. And then I went to Pastor Bill. Of course, we prayed, he evangelized to me. And all this time, God is working. And all this time, God is working. All this time, God is working until a kind of passion by the time I get back to work in 2004, a kind of hunger and passion, a voracious appetite and an unquenchable thirst for the Lord coming. I wanted to be baptized quickly. In fact, I heard clearly, Claude, get baptized quickly. And that passion and that hunger, on the 1st of February 2004, I was baptized, my home church, the People's Pentecostal Church. And then there was no turning back. By that time, the love for prosecutorial and police work came back, and all the cloud of darkness and the rugged clues and all the nasty things and the evil things start to wear out. God was working. So what really happened, as you asked me about my spiritual life, is that God brought me to a place, a position where I was helpless, and that I ought not to depend on man. I must depend on the Lord Jesus Christ. So here it is, a young man. I'm thinking, because I'm a policeman, I have it all. Because I've gone to a college, I have a job. It's as if moi c'est nom, indeed, having gotten baptized and converted, Cecil. It was now, I always said that I'm now living. I know that the latter part of my years, because I got converted about age 48, 49, to bring me into retirement as a Christian. That was the better part. Although heavy resistance, although no promotion. In other words, when I wasn't a believer, or I knew about God, but I couldn't say that I had a relationship without God, I get promotion from constable going up the road. When I joined Christian, there were wood in my backside. Bois, ka tombe ale moi. And then I just know I had to depend on God. So I developed my faith strongly, work with God, go into my discipleship classes and so on. And I got my call to be an evangelist. Look at where I got it. Not in Dominica. Of course, I'd been ministered in Barbados and so on. But it officially, divinely came in India, where I studied for a year. There, and I got that strong calling, and I had the greatest privilege and joyous privilege to minister in India in the churches. And you know, Christianity is 0.something% in India. Mm-hmm. And then the Indians would hide their Bibles. I say, well, if I have to go down to Dominica in a body bag, I will hold my Bible in open and my big black Bible in the case, going to preach. So via an interpreter, although many of them spoke English, I would minister the word, and I just got the passion. So in all of my evangelistic duties, in fact, just about 6 weeks ago, I came from Guadeloupe. They invited me to crusade, preach at crusades, preach in Barbados, preach in the United Kingdom, in Pastor Claude French Church, and so forth, and ministered all over Dominica. And that really gives me the joy. That really gives me the passion. And as I always said, I am a child of God first before a policeman. And it's really he who carried me. And that is why I was able to stand despite the fact that I was not looked at to be elevated. I never let it bother me, because I had God with me. I knew who my Redeemer is, and he's more than enough. So the things of life, the basic things of life, that doesn't concern me. I'm concerned about heavenward. I'm concerned about that aspect of it.
You are also a part-time lecturer at the Dominica State College for over 10 years.
Yes, I lectured a lot, which I enjoyed very much. I'm the president of the college then, Mr. Dr. Peters, engaged me. So I did a lot. They had a criminology program that involved criminal law, law enforcement, the whole works, English and the whole works. So I had been doing that. Mr. Alfred also, he and I taught about the same time. And I also had the privilege to lecture at the University of the West Indies. Now, this is all within my Christian life. And I did about 3 cohorts. That's about 3 years, 3 years. They had a lovely criminology program going there, so I taught the penology part of it. And interestingly, God allowed me to be on heavy demand, and I taught at the Lead Institute. Remember, there was the Lead Institute, the principal being David Vital.
Yes.
And they had a criminal law program, advanced level program for the first time, and they engaged me to teach that program as an adjunct lecturer. And the students, they had about 20-something students, they did remarkably well, outstandingly well for that matter, and they got a 97.6% pass. So even in my police duties, God gave me the energy and the wherewithal to do those extracurricular activities. And it wasn't about money, because it's not about money. It's about giving back. It's about making a contribution. And even on retirement, about a year and a half now in retirement, closing in on 2 years, I think since God continued to give me the energy for that express purpose, I'm available. So I continue heavily in my evangelical thrust, and I do consultancy work at one of the hotels in Dominica, and anything for nation building and to develop the country.
Mr. Weekes,
You've been married.
Let me ask him a question.
Ahead, yeah.
I see we're going close. Mr. Weekes, one of the things that really amazes me at your age is your facility. You're so versatile in terms of exercise, and you're running, Mr. Weekes. You run from one part of the island to the next. You run with your police training when you were training your police. You still run, Mr. Weekes. Tell us some of the places that you've run.
Brain, when you all asked me, you got into sports heavily in the grammar school. And not only in the grammar school, the Maho community, the parish of St. Paul, have great sportsmen. So there's a sports-oriented community as well. And then, of course, in the scout movement, you had to be fit. So when Mr. Blanchard got me into the training school, in fact, I was an instructor teaching in the classroom, but I was the PT instructor. I was assisted Mr. Attorney at Law now later, also joined a few months later as an acting corporal, and he assisted me in that exercise training of the recruits, and even doing the CQC program. So that remained in me, and then when I get into the drug squad, as I told you, we had to hit that forest morning, noon, and night. It was rough. So you had to be fit, and then being at the training school for that period of time. So it just remained in me up to the point as a gazetted officer, being the chief instructor. I ran with the recruits, perhaps some others won't, but it was just fun and joy. And as the senior person, and you are taking part in it, that too motivates the students. In other words, if this man can do that, I am 18 years, 19 years, I ought to do it better than him. And although I used to give them stiff confidence, but it was just fun. And having retired, well, it's now running. So I go to Cochrane, I go to Pocassi, I go to Sylvina, I go to Taru, I go to Hillsborough, when the body is in fine tune. So I just decide I'm keeping myself fit, because most of us, when we retire, we go in a cocoon and we just just stay there, and we deteriorate. We don't get our brain activated. We don't get ourselves. We have to do something, whether voluntary, whether whatever it is, to keep going. Because yes, we all have to die, but I think the issue here now is quality of life. And I'm sure we want to fight. Doesn't say that because you're fit or you're keeping fit that you will not experience difficulties. But at the end of the day, put you in a better position.
You have done all of this with the support of your wife. We didn't talk much about your wife.
Yeah.
Or the wife.
Yeah.
Help us.
Yes. Well, Delia, whom everybody knows and who is on your program every Wednesday, is Arjan Wabi, Zafan Abo. So Delia come up with 10 siblings, and Delia and I have gone a long way. We've been on board for about 23 years, and I want to say it's a blessing, to be brutally honest. Like everything else, every couple will have their issues, their ups and downs, but surely it's a blessing, and I really thank God for that great opportunity to share my life with Delia. She too, Brain used the word versatile. She too is very versatile. Many people think that it's a good match, and she and I, we share the same views. We are advocates on domestic violence, on sexual violence, and all of these issues as we make our contribution. As you know, she worked in the Ministry of Agriculture for many years. She having just retired as well, and in social work. In fact, while not having retired, Delia is doing a lot of voluntary work with the Cancer Society, helping cancer patients and speaking with them, counseling them. She's a trained counselor, so she too plays a part, and we just thank God for the opportunity that He's giving us. And as we do so humbly, I'm not taking any credit, but just giving all to God. There is absolutely no perfect couple. We are work in progress, and what I can just encourage all of us who are married is to work together at it. And those of us, especially police officers who are married, the job is tasking, it's challenging. You have to find time for family. That's important because you need the support of wife or husband, as it were, to function properly. Because if the home, I gave you the story about my home and mom, if God wasn't with me, I'm sure I would not be able to function properly with a decent home, with the support of the system. And as I said, I will never exclude the welfare division at the time. They played their part, and it would be remiss of me if I again don't mention Mr. John Baptiste and Mrs. Ramona Blanc. They were the pillars in the welfare division on that leg. I must touch base with Dr. Alwyn Booley, having kept me at the school, and Miss B. Etienne, and good citizens in the parish of St. Paul where I grew, who gave support. And let me put it that way, even entering the force, the general public that I was able to, they allow me to be in service to them. Of course, there were the ups and downs. I'm not here sitting to say that I'm sinless and that there were not issues with the general public. Of course, there will be issues. There is rain, there is sun, but I've always said we have got to manage the issues. And since we can de-escalate and reconcile, I've had the ups and downs in police force. There are times I felt that I was treated very badly, and I'm not talking in the line of promotion, even just general attitude. I remember I had an episode with a deputy commissioner, and then when I explained I'd come from New Mexico doing an advanced management program at the International Law Enforcement Academy, and when I returned, I was sent in the Portsmouth to the Portsmouth district area or division, and I explained to him I'm prepared to move, but because I just returned, I really need to settle my mom. So please, would you take that into consideration? And he appeared to have listened to me, on the following day when I went, he told me, well, you have to go, and very with arrogance and insensitivity. And then I'll never ever forget it. In fact, I was on the verge of going to retire. And I'm talking about I was 27 years service then. And he said, my mother's mental illness has nothing to do with him. Can you imagine? I'm a senior policeman, an inspector, working well, prosecuting. You send this and then you're telling me this. I mean, hello. And then I had to discuss it with my wife, think of my mom, because obviously I could go to another jurisdiction. I could have gone to the United Kingdom. But again, we know that God had a plan, and all of the obstacles and the adversities and the roadblocks that I got, all it did, it is an epitome as to how it characterized me in terms of my journey in the police department, and how the total outlook of life, because it's not going to be a bed of roses. You'll get resistance. The devil is busy. He came to kill, steal, and destroy. So just as God has his instruments to ensure that his people can work and in service, is so too they are instruments of the devil.
Are your father?
Yeah, I have two children, two adopted children. I have a boy and girl, big people. They're in the United Kingdom. That's where the previous relationship. The relationship was the relationship with my children is not admirable. from small, they were used as weapons against me. But what I did not do, like many men, Cecil, is that I never stopped my role as a father in terms of their subsistence. I never, ever did it. Maybe I would not be able to speak to you now. So as I tell people on various programs, I could have been a better father. I could have been, maybe, yes, a better person. Who on earth doesn't make mistakes? And when mistakes are made, we learn from it and we move on. But those who think that they are self-righteous and so on, we leave that to God. I speak to you, gentlemen, and the listening public with a clear conscience. I will repeat, no one is sinless, and I am not. I'm a work in progress.
So let me ask quickly, the same approach that you gave to Hubert Charles.
Yes.
Can you send that same olive branch to your children?
Of course, of course. I mean, my children come to Dominica. They are by their mother move around, and not a telephone call. And I know there are fathers and mothers who go through the same thing, and don't be ashamed to talk about it. Don't be ashamed to talk about it, and would not say daddy or not. But you see, because and women who are listening, mothers who are listening, listen well. Be very careful. If you are a man, whether you are married or not, and all you get in a deba, whatever the problem is, do not poison the children's mind. You are destroying them. You are destroying them. When you do that, you believe that you are getting at the man, and you, in other words, he has to suffer. Who are you? Who are you? You are destroying that child, and the child eventually will turn against you. The child will eventually turn against you because you are making them miss an important part in their life. And so their grandchildren must stop it. And as you talk about olive branch, and who, if they are listening or whoever is listening, take note. And that applies, I coming from a police background, and all men listening, also support your children. Don't only deposit your spermatozoa and give women children as a sperm donor, and don't support your children. At the same time, you gambling, you gallivanting, you siwoing. You have a responsibility to support your children. And women, on the other hand, you've got to support the children. Send them at their father's home. Let them tell the father about their results. Get the father involved, even if you have nothing to do with the father. Because what is the fact of life? The children don't only belong to you. They don't only belong to you. So women do not poison your children. Even if the man, in my case, I had been supporting my children. Makave report card, you makave anye. You understand? So let me punish him. Let me make sure I decale him. What does that benefit you? Life is so fleeting, eh? We don't know where we are falling, Brother Cecil. So it's important that we have the children in an environment, whether they're 40 years, whether they're 35, whether they're 50 years. This is my father. This is my mother. And then we can speak, because we're just here for a short while. Just a short while, Cecil. Just a short while. Listen to me carefully. Those in authority, those what do not use children as a weapon against parents, whether father or mother. Ensure that they are in an environment where they can develop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weekes. I just want to say that's the end. I can't take any more calls. I'm sorry about that. Your closing words, Mr.
Fantastic discussion. I enjoyed it. You had me listening attentively. I liked the discussion. It was great. Mr. Weekes, you were brilliant. Have a good evening.
Thank you
and
very
to
much.
the Dominican public who listen, I know you've made the show even greater by your participation. It's a pleasure having you tonight.
Absolutely. I'm really thankful, Cecil and Brain, Mr. Adams, for that great opportunity. I know you all had mentioned I had to probably come on board a long time, but God does everything in His divine time, and He does it perfectly. I really thank God that I could have an open, frank discussion with you and the listening public and those in the diasporic community about my background and of course my police career and my extracurricular activities. Really and truly may I submit that I really give all of it to the Lord, and may the Lord increase while I decrease, and may He continue to give me strength to continue a meaningful contribution in this country, to see our country move forward, to express love, to work together, and let us put all the divisiveness aside, and let us look out for each other. We are all Dominicans, and Dominica is ours to build.
Mr. Weekes, I must say I'm reading so many different messages on Facebook. Everybody says it's an amazing program, that you were very good, great program. Some people are also indicating that we should come back another time. You should come back another time, but who knows? The possibility exists, but I want to say that you were really powerful tonight. Thank you very much. Amazing program. And just want to say to you, Mr. Weekes, thanks again for helping the rating of our program. And you did well with us. Thank you, and God bless you.
And sent me back, she said.
Every other day the settlers do this to us. They attack us, cut down the olive trees, and burn the farms. This is not alive. No one can stop them. We have nothing to resist them.